Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the last regular board meeting of our term of the Halton Catholic District School Board on Tuesday, November 1st, 2022. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and will be posted on the board's YouTube channel. Tonight, we have all trustees attending in person. In order to be recognized, please use the hand up feature in Teams to be placed automatically in queue. Please remember to turn on your desk mics when you speak. Staff attending remotely, please remember to turn on your microphone and camera when you are recognized to speak, and turn your camera and microphone off otherwise. Trustees, please remember that if you speak when you're not recognized or when you do not have the floor, your mics will be muted. We have incoming trustees as guests tonight, and we have guests online tonight. Welcome to everybody. A very warm welcome to you. We move on to the land acknowledgement, opening prayer, national anthem, and the oath of citizenship. I ask staff to please start us off with the land acknowledgement.
Halton, as we know it today,
is rich in the history and modern traditions
of many First Nations and the Métis.
From the lands of the Anishinaabe
to the Attawandaron,
the Haudenosaunee,
and the Métis.
These lands surrounding the Great Lake
are steeped in Indigenous history.
As we gather today
on these treaty lands,
our Catholic social teachings
call us in solidarity
with our Indigenous brothers and sisters
to honor and respect four directions: lands,
waters, plants, animals, and ancestors
that walked before us.
All these wonderful elements of creation exist,
gifted to us by our Creator God. We acknowledge and thank
the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation
for being stewards of this traditional territory.
To do our best for our Halton Catholic students. Guard our thoughts and our hearts that we may glorify you in every aspect of our lives. You are the name above all other names, the King above all other kings. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, amen. If we could all please stand for our national anthem and oath of citizenship.
From far and wide, O Canada,
Thank you. Motions adopted in camera. There were no motions adopted in camera. Information received in camera. Vice Chair Agnew, could you please read the information received in camera?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So the following information was received in camera. Lisa O'Hara, appointed to the position of secondary itinerant math teacher, October the 31st, 2022. The term of this position is 2 years with a possible 1-year extension. Erin McGrail, hired as probationary teacher effective October the 31st, 2022. Christian DeAngelis resigned from the board effective October the 21st, 2022. And Alicia Bozelli resigned from permanent teacher position effective October the 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Next order of business is the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? Trustee Carabella, I see your hand up. Trustee Carabella.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to know whether the schools update or if we could have an update on the QP job action.
I'll pass this to Director. I think it's being covered. Director Klein, could you just let us know if that's happening? Otherwise, you would like to.
I would add it as a discussion item.
Director Klein.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Trustee Carabella. I will be addressing that when I do the schools update. So,
thank you. Trustee Guzzo, you have your hand up.
I do. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add as just information onto the agenda 2 items: a region to watch out for and staff census.
So it will be, should go under item number 7. Is that what you are suggesting, Trustee?
Yes, please.
So adding an item to the agenda, you need 2/3 votes, 2/3 vote. So Trustee Guzzo, could you please read the title again?
Absolutely. One is a report called A Region to Watch For. And the other item is staff census. It's circling back from a board motion.
That would be added under 11 point. Sorry, 10.3, 10.3, 10.4. Okay, Trustee, do we have any other items? Trustee Uhanchanara?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put forth a notice of motion.
Yes, Trustee Uhanchanara, can you read the title of the motion?
Absolutely, and for full disclosure, I'm acting as a vessel for student trustee Chua. This motion. The motion is entitled Re-imaging Our Land Acknowledgement.
Sorry?
Re-imaging.
Okay. Reimagining.
Reimagining. Isn't that what I said? Reimagining our land acknowledgement.
So trustees, we have 3 items to be added. 2 items need a 2/3 majority vote to add, and 1 item is just a majority, right? So it's automatic. Okay, notice of motion is automatic. So trustees, we shall, any other notices, additions, deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, we shall take the agenda as amended to a vote. Trustee Carabella, you have your hand up?
Point of order. Are we doing one at a time?
We can
for the 2/3 approval.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. Right. We can do that first.
Thank you.
Okay, so trustees, we shall take the agenda as amended with item 10.3, a report on staff census and region to watch to a vote, correct? Two items. People are requesting separate votes. Okay, so 2/3 for 10.3, 2/3 for 10.4, and so
point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Trustee O'Brien.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I just in the definition of what Trustee Guzzo means by region.
You need clarification?
So
Okay.
is it
Trustee Guzzo.
geographical, is it?
Okay. Halton. Thank you. Any other clarifications? Seeing none, we shall take item 10.3, the agenda as amended with item 10.3 to a recorded vote. We need a 2/3 vote. Oh, may I have a mover? Sorry? Trustee Guzzo moved? Sorry, I can't hear you today. Sorry. Looking for a seconder, please.
I'll second.
Vice Chair Agnew seconds. So let's take it to a recorded vote. Item 10.3, we are adding regions to watch. Trustee Vice Chair Agnew?
Favor?
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
Opposed.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Chua?
In favor.
Trustee Ohunchinada?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
We have 6 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries. So we have 10.3 on the agenda. We are now going to add item 10.4 to the agenda and as amended. So item 10.4 is staff census. We shall do the same process again. We shall take the vote on the agenda amended with 10.4 staff census. Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa? Trustee Carabella?
Opposed.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Chua?
In favor.
Trustee Ohunchinada?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
We have 6 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries. The agenda has item 10.3 and 10.4. Now we have item 10.5, which is the notice of motion, reimagining our land acknowledgement. We shall now take the vote on. Sorry, so we shall now vote on the agenda as amended. Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa? Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Chua?
In favor.
Trustee Ohunchinada?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
We have 7 in favor, none opposed, none abstains. The agenda is approved. Moving on to the next order of business, which is declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest to be declared tonight? Seeing none, we shall move on to the next order of business, which is presentations. The first item here is school update. Director Klein, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll wait for the. In terms of the school updates, we have some fairly straightforward ones. I'll just have us clip along. So, sorry. It's moving back and forth. There we are. We're stopped. Good. In terms of upcoming events, I'd like to highlight the fact that we have EQAO coming up. We have our specifically OSSTF. Student Wellbeing Achievement and Engagement will be noted in this. Fall tutoring program, extracurriculars that are up and running and have been for a while. The Indigenous Awareness Month and Bullying Awareness and Prevention Week. And of course, I think high in everybody's mind today, potential labor action this coming Friday. So. Trustees are aware that the Ontario Secondary School Literacy Test, otherwise known as the OSSLT, has been restored as a graduation requirement, beginning with students graduating in the 2022-2023 school year. The administration will take place for semester 1 between November the 2nd and December the 7th of this year, and then for semester 2 for students taking English in the second semester, March 1st to April 26th. 2023. Grade 9 assessment of mathematics, again, which is a standard curriculum exam that we've had for many years, is back, and semester 1 will be January 11th to February 3rd. And then for semester 2, June the 7th to June the 28th of this coming year, 2023. And the primary and junior tests, also known as grade 3 and 6 assessments of reading, writing, and mathematics, will be conducted from May the 10th to June the 14th of 2023. In terms of student well-being, achievement, and engagement, things that, of course, are at the heart of what we do at Halton Catholic, I could highlight that for this point in the school year, each secondary school has identified a student mental health and well-being champion or champions who will participate in a variety of capacity building learning opportunities through the year. Child and youth counselors, social workers, and psychology staff at the board have begun training on centering Black youth well-being. Certification training is provided by YouthRex, and that's in collaboration with School Mental Health Ontario. You're probably aware that School Mental Health Ontario has been working to support mental health of our students in schools for nearly 10 years. Teachers in grades 1 to 12 have been invited to submit project proposals to receive funding for a STEAM collaborative inquiry. We know certainly through initiatives sponsored or promoted through trustees that STEAM is an important part of our learning through our board. Project criteria include change teacher practice and interdisciplinary approach embedded in Catholic social teaching and collaboration. Fall tutoring. Many of you are aware that there are monies for fall tutoring and for tutoring in general from the province. Program services will be providing a number of fall tutoring options for the Halton Catholic District School Board students. Well, the provisions of these tutoring programs has been made possible through ministry funding acquired from the Learning Recovery Action Plan. Extracurriculars, some things we didn't necessarily see in their full-fledged form over 2 years of COVID are back. To highlight, basketball championships will be held at Sheridan College on November the 8th. It's of course for high school, and 9th of this year. It's coming up. And football semifinals will take place on November the 9th and 10th, and the locations are yet to be determined. So there is a sense of normalcy returning to our schools. Indigenous Awareness Month. November is Indigenous Awareness Month, and throughout the month, students and staff will honor the contributions and legacy of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada. Within that, we have Treaties Recognition Week, November the 6th to the 12th, Inuit Day on November the 7th, National Indigenous Veterans Day, November the 8th, of course, perfectly timed, and Louis Riel Day, November the 16th. Bullying Awareness and Prevention Week. This has been a common practice in Ontario schools for well over 15 years, recognizing the importance of bullying awareness and prevention. The province of Ontario has designated the 3rd week of November as Bullying Awareness and Prevention Week. This year it will take place on November the 20th. That's not 20th to 16th. We're not going, I guess we're rolling back bullying, so we're going backwards in time. No, it's the 16th through the 20th of 2022. Throughout the week, our schools will be focusing on enhancing awareness and understanding of bullying or about bullying, and will participate in various activities and events to foster safe, welcoming, and inclusive learning environments. For those of you who have children, you would probably be aware of that and used to those over the last few years. I wonder if we want to pause at this point and see if there's any questions that have led up to these. Because
I'm just wondering, Director Clan, because once the questions come, they will come. So can we just finish the presentation? Okay.
Sunday, October the 30th, the Canadian Union of Public Employees, CUPE, announced that they will begin a full withdrawal of services effective Friday, November the 4th, if a provincial settlement is not reached by then. On Monday, October the 31st, the Ontario government introduced the Keeping Students in Class Act that, if passed, would establish a 4-year collective agreement with CUPE education workers across the province. At this point, it is unknown whether the Keeping Students in Class Act will come into effect by Friday and/or whether CUPE will proceed with any form of labor action. If CUPE proceeds with either a full withdrawal of services or a province-wide day of protest on Friday, November the 4th, and those are two very different things in terms of legalities. November the 4th, all HCDSB school buildings will be closed to students, and we will be moving to asynchronous instruction for the day. So let me talk a bit about this in terms of a précis to it, maybe a little more in terms of the meat on the bones of this. Some of you might be old enough to have lived through some strikes or days of action in the province of Ontario, and or you've been through labor strife in other aspects of your life. I don't think any one of us, wherever we were in that, would count those as days that we recall with fondness. These are days that divide, they are days that hurt, and the healing sometimes takes a long time afterwards. These are people, these are families, and I think we have to keep that in mind always when we discuss. And of course, the labor issues that we're talking about here also impact students who are in grade 12 and ready to head off to universities or head off to the workforce. Maybe meander for a bit before they find where they want to or need to go. Students with high needs, students who have just come from other countries. And so that's important to note as well. And families of all shapes and sizes. And staff who are not within CUPE who are trying their best as well. So I'd like to set that as a very important context of it, and a context in terms of the Catholic ethos and framework of interconnection and that sort of that seamless web that we have that connects us all. And that's not to be naive and not to be pie in the sky. I think that's important that we have in Catholic schools the ability to do that. So hopefully that is part of the conversation that we have when we're moving forward with this. And we try and do so honestly, but with a certain amount of consideration of that. It's important that we know that not that COVID was an equal opportunity threat to schools in Ontario or anywhere else in the world. It wasn't. The labor unrest that we're talking about with CUPE also manifests itself differently with different communities. So there are boards and directors that I've talked to over the last few days where the impact and the face of this is very different than here at Halton. So when we compare to other boards, that has to be, I think, something that's held very, very firmly in front. So there are boards where the CUPE numbers of workers who are part of CUPE are very minimal, very minimal. And so therefore the impact or potential impact is different. Halton is not one of those boards. Halton is a board that has, where CUPE has a very large, I keep using the term footprint. I'm not sure if that's the proper term, but I like it. And CUPE represents a number of our school and system support staff across Halton Catholic District School Board, including custodial staff. So we're imagining a school, and whether we're staff or whether we're parents or all of us were in schools at one point, we kind of have a sense of how they work. Custodial staff, early childhood educators, and we know with kindergarten, the kindergarten program is a program that sees the marriage of two professions to create and to serve our youngest learners in what we think is a very awesome program. Educational assistants, These are my English as a second language teachers, instructors in this board, IT technicians, language instruction for newcomers to Canada through our link instructors, and there's many in this room who have come to Canada and have an understanding of how important that is. Library technicians, and last but not least, school and board administrative office staff. I can't think of a board that has more of that. You're aware that I came from another board, and that other board had a very large QP footprint, but not as large as this. So that's important to bear in mind as we look to what we need to do moving ahead. I'll be honest, as I've always been with trustees, and will continue to be, recognizing that we have a respectful dialogue and an element of that respectful candor. You're always in any work, in any vocation, I think you're always asking yourself, well, could we have done this better or that better? I would say if we could have had something out earlier just to give heads up to people, or heads ups to people, that would have, I think it wouldn't have hurt, and it would have helped. You're also balancing, we don't want people to get upset or be worried or panic. So you're striking a balance when you're doing these things. But this armchair quarterback would look upon that and say, we could have done that. When I talk to other boards and see from other boards through their Twitter feed or from other sources of news, you know, so such and such a board, you know, sent out some type of communique on this day or that day. I would say the ones that I saw send things out earlier were ones that have a very tiny presence of QP, and therefore the communication was fairly straightforward and fairly simple. And they also had one where sometimes their coterminous board was, it had the happenstance of being very similar as well. So when you have a coterminous board where even that footprint is different, it also makes it a little more interesting. That's not to complain. It's not to complain, but it is to be clear in what some of the salient facts are. So with that in mind, when we look at some of the communications we've done, I think we are communicating the distillation of knowledge at the time that it's sent out, the best knowledge that we have from what I would say are the best and the brightest around in terms of our senior team here. We met all day yesterday. That's not to say we woke up yesterday and thought about it. There was a lot of work being done over the last 2 weeks in order to formulate some form of response to a potential, an impending set of challenges that weren't even clear through the fog as we move forward down the road. Certainly became more clear on Sunday and became more clear yesterday. And with that, we looked at what we have in terms of options. And then even by the end of the day yesterday, things changed with the minister's announcement and with QP's announcement. So I would note that other boards even that had made some communication the day before or earlier, even in some cases had to shift and walk those back based on that. So we approach this with prudence. We approach this with a strong sense that this is very complex, and with that humility that there might not be, likely won't be the perfect answer, but there has to be one where we're getting as much information from as many people as possible in order to make those decisions. So that is why yesterday we sent out a communication to parents. The thought was to let parents know first what the challenges were, and to say this is what the board was looking at. Even before we pressed send, things had changed with the minister announcing what they were going to be doing starting at 5 o'clock this morning and rolling through the next couple of days, which again was not predicted a few days before that. And so we sent that out to let parents know, guardians know, that on this Friday, without, and again, I don't want to, I won't read those again, but I think you have etched in your mind the list of the employees that work here that are represented by CUPE. In their absence on Friday, we were left with that decision to close the schools for this Friday. And again, we have the big capital I, capital F, assuming these things come to pass, because there's always a chance things don't. And if you remember way back 3 years ago, back in the ancient past, that did happen. We were right on the edge of it, and it didn't come to pass. And that changed a lot of things. So we would close and we would look for this Friday as asynchronous instruction for the day, which means there'll be stuff posted on D2L, which 3 years ago would have been a little more of a challenge, but after a few years of COVID, that type of using that platform is now fairly straightforward for our teachers and I think for our parents. Beyond that, we need to take things as they come. And I know that's not necessarily the answer that people want. But we have to look very carefully at what is going to happen this Friday, including it's a one day, including that it doesn't come to pass on this Friday, including that someone relents in terms of the brinksmanship. So knowing what we know right now and knowing that we're not the masters of a lot of those decisions, that's the decision for this. Beyond that, we are looking at some possibilities, but we are frankly facing the real sobering reality that unlike during COVID, we are missing some. COVID, we had the problem of not being in the schools and we were scattered, which was terrible enough. This involves not having key people able to work and support our students, and that's going to be very, very difficult. And we're doing everything we can to ensure that we can meet the needs of all our students. And that's really all I can say for it right now. So we can go back to the other parts of the presentation to see if there's questions there. I'm not sure if you want to go in order or.
Thank you, Director Klein. We have a speakers list. We have Vice Chair Agnew, Trustee Chua, Trustee Carabella, and Trustee Busso. Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So I've got a couple of questions, but I can certainly go back in the queue if I need to. One of the questions I have is with respect to tech, and I understand that it is asynchronous, but you did mention something about D2L. I don't know if they are going to be using any type of online platform to be posting work. And if that's the case, will we be providing technology to those students who require it so they can access that work?
Director Klein.
What we're doing now is we're having principals and vice principals begin the process of taking stock. And again, different boards are at different states when it comes to that as well. This board had many of the devices that we sent out through the time of COVID brought back. Other boards didn't necessarily follow up on them too zealously, and so there's more out there. So right now we're asking the schools to take some stock on it, but for that contingency, yes.
Vice Chair Agnew, follow up?
It's not a follow-up, I'd like a clarification on that before I ask my next question. So I'm sorry, Director Klein, but I heard you're taking stock, but I didn't get a clear answer as to whether or not we will actually be providing technology where possible to those students who do require it.
Director Klein.
We would provide technology where possible.
Vice Chair Agnew,
should
yes.
be able to do that.
Thank you. So my next question is with respect to our students with special education needs. I just said my next question is with respect to our students with special education needs. Understanding that this is an evolving situation, there's a lot of uncertainty, we don't know what's going to happen, but also recognizing that these are a population of students for which we cannot make 11th hour decisions for. So I'm curious for a couple of pieces. One will be how will we be supporting those students with special education needs through our asynchronous learning on Friday? Are they going to have special access to additional supports and resources as required? And then moving forward, in the event that there is continued action, if it does happen beyond Sunday, are there plans currently in place or being looked at to support those students moving forward? Yeah.
Director Klein.
Got a good memory, a little short, but I do remember that the first question was about supporting the highest need students for Friday, correct?
Well, not even necessarily our highest need students, but we have numerous students in our system who do have special education needs, and they do require additional supports, whether that be withdrawal assistance, whatever that might be. So are we going to have something in place for those students who do require additional supports beyond just a simple asynchronous model for Friday?
Well, I'm going to call upon Superintendent Bylaw at this point, but I would say that we are, in terms of the work that would be, I guess, provided for students, it would really be akin to what we've had over the last couple of years of snow days. So we would have literacy and numeracy work provided for students for that day, for them to dig into. In terms of supports for them, I could ask the superintendent if she wants to weigh in on that at this point.
Hi, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I can certainly expand on the question that you've asked there, Trustee Agnew. So we've communicated with all of our schools already that they are to, as always, plan for our students. And we're planning for all of our students with IEPs with the support of the CERT. So we do have our CERTs who will be a big part of the support plan for our students who will be working from home, whether it's asynchronously at this point or as we have in the past synchronously. I would point out that the responsibility is always that of the teacher to plan for all students, and that point has been made very clear with our administration, and our CERT schedules are going to continue as are. So we do know that our CERTs are heavily involved with our students who have IEPs. They will continue with any withdrawal program that they have. They're available to provide that support for sure. We've also communicated to our schools that any resources, materials, items, equipment, I know we're focusing on one day, so we don't want to sort of overdo it as we've, during other times, it was a longer period of time, but definitely the messaging has been anything that students need to participate even in the asynchronous instruction on Friday, that those items should be sent home, and there should be some consultation with parents to determine what they may need at home. Some are a little more straightforward than others, but we do have a lot of students with very complex needs. And if there are any supports that we can send home to help the parents who will be working with their student, we definitely will be doing that. That includes anything that the student may need. It could also include any programming or resources that may be modified to support the student with their at-home instruction on Friday. And that's been communicated, like I said, across all our schools.
Thank you, Superintendent Bylaw. Vice Chair Agnew.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Bylaw. And I'm just curious if there will be specific communication, if you will, perhaps to those families who may need to have that additional information, whether that'll just be through the search or through the admin at the school, but just so that they're aware of what you just said with respect to access to some of those items would be great.
Sure, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I have communicated that, so I have no problem sending a little reminder with some clear points that they can communicate with their families just to support them in their communication plan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Next up is Trustee Chua. Trustee Chua, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Superintendent Kroll. So this is about the exams. I know I keep on pestering you about this, but I believe like 3-4 meetings ago, we did release that exam sheet, and I have requested to publish that to our students, because it is our students' right to know which courses are providing exams and which are not. It will just help them just prepare for that. Any updates on that? And I apologize.
Not at all. Happy to answer the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. We did send out a draft communication to schools, to all of our secondary schools, to share on their website or to put out as part of their weekly updates. So that hasn't come out yet to your school community. I'm sure certain it'll be coming out soon, but I'll follow up with principals to make sure that communication is going to get out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, So I've received calls from parents who are really upset and really feel the need that students stay in schools, physically back in school. They've been through so much and they really need to make every effort to stay in the schools. So I'm wondering about the contingency plans that were discussed that were not workable at all. And I'm kind of trying to understand maybe some plans that were looked at and why they weren't workable.
Director Klein.
Through you, Mr. Chair. For the senior team, and certainly when we talk to others who run schools, namely our principals and vice principals, it was really clear that with that number of people, in terms of, again, walking through a school day, and I think principals, for example, would be able to clearly talk about how even one of those employee groups, let's say administrative assistants, for an example, even to begin to work to rule was something that was a lot in terms of challenges for them to ensure that the school was running smoothly, challenges for them in terms of making sure that things were safe, because as that one example of one QP employee, they're the ones who are literally the gatekeepers to a school. You add in custodians, you add in the fact that the average elementary school, might have someone, being sick and stuff like that. It's not infrequent to have that occur. And then you bring in the other employee groups as well. It was something that, with that reflection, was made it clear that we wouldn't be able to carry on.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. You have a follow-up?
Thank you. So what then determines the QP footprint being so large here at our board versus some of the other boards? And like, they must have EAs as well, but they're not under QP.
Director Klein.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's again kind of an example of how an organization evolves. So certain groups, as they evolve over the past 20, 30, 40 years, they end up heading toward, when they organize, in this case, it was QP in many cases. In other boards, you've seen a real range. Board I came from was Unifor, which is interesting for custodians. Others, it would be OSSTF, even within a Catholic school system, which sometimes is a little remarkable. But that's the way it kind of unfolds in different areas. It just so happened that here, it was QP. And of course, there's benefits to that as well, right? In terms of common language, common voice, common leadership that you can work with, rather than a whole array of glass half full. But that's how I would say it's not there's no designation at the start.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my esteemed colleagues for already asking a lot of these questions. I appreciate it. I think it would be a good exercise maybe to let our parents know that this didn't just happen. This has been going on, and there was a QP strike vote weeks ago, and that at any time we were going to be given 5 days notice of withdrawal of service. So that that notice came on Sunday from QP, and withdrawal of service means Friday, November 4th. That's when withdrawal of service could happen if no deal is reached. I think it's also important for parents to be communicated to parents that even if the legislation is passed, the notwithstanding clause that forces a 4-year collective agreement on the support staff, there still is going to be a work action on Friday. So that has to be planned for. The other thing I wanted to state is I know some schools have already put out for electronic devices. That was asked in some of the elementary schools. That communication has already gone out. I haven't seen anything for secondary, but in elementary, yes, that did go out. However, I'm not sure the turnaround and how we're going to get kids back into that as quickly as as should be in transition. I'm hoping that it'll be a smooth transition. But I think it's really important that, and I don't think anybody's saying that plans had gone out and were withdrawn or whatnot, but I think the biggest piece that we need from our board is to make sure that we're communicating something to our parents. Our parents want to know. We have parents who aren't necessarily making a large sum of money, that rely on their jobs, need to make arrangements for childcare, because as we know with asynchronous learning means they're on their own. So I know it seems like it's only one day, but for some of our parents and our board, one day means having to take a day off of work. And that's not necessarily feasible for all of our parents. So that communication piece really is key. And I think that's why. So I appreciate Director Klein that you feel that you've worked, and nobody's saying that staff isn't working hard or that they're not doing it. I think it's that piece of letting parents know, hey, this is what we know so far. This is what's going on. Because even if plans do change, they need to be able to make arrangements. Can't assume that everybody earns a very good living and that they can afford to just take a day off work to make arrangements for daycare. So, I think it's important that we're always an ally for everybody, not just for situations that we think are important. The other piece I just wanted to say is we have amazing staff that are unionized with QP, that go above and beyond, our EAs, our ECs, our DCs. I am sure they're not taking any of this lightly. I want to make sure that it's not lost, that, regardless of what's happening with the negotiations piece, they are amazing staff, and they are the front line with our kids, and they're the backbone of most of our schools. So I think it's really important that we here at this table don't look at it that they're trying to impact our kids, because they're not, because I'm sure they would rather be working. And I don't think that that's something that we should ever take for granted. They are our lowest paid workers in our board, and they work very hard. So that's my rant.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. We'll move down the speakers list. We have Trustee Ohonchanada. You're up next, Trustee Ohonchanada.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Klein. I'd like to think I'm a nice mix between a realist but an eternal optimist. So let's say they come to an agreement. Logistically, what would happen to get the communication out to our staff and to our families that Friday may resume? Is that even a potential?
Director Klein.
You and I share that optimism and realism too. And I think that's the mark of a lot of things, but I think it is a mark of our faith as well. We do move with that mindset. We would get communication out as soon as possible. We could, and we will do that. In terms of, I think the question was basically if good news prevails and we're able to turn the ship around, then we would get that out as soon as possible.
Trustee Ohonchanada, your follow-up.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Klein. And because I think in your communication, you did say we'll update, the Halton Catholic School website. So where should parents be looking first for that update? Because not everyone's on Twitter, not everyone's on all those different social media.
Director Klein.
Good, very good question through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that question. I know when it came to the communiques that we did send out, we did have links at the bottom and saying where we would be and how we would be disseminating information. So it'll be through direct email to parents, and through our student information system, we can blast stuff out pretty quickly, right? Through the website itself, and of course through our favorite Twitter as well. We'd be able to do that too.
Thank you, Director Klein. Next up is Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, you're low.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, to Director Klein. So just for clarification, to get a picture of Friday, the schools will be completely closed. Nobody's in them. And
no. So the schools will be closed to students. And of course, anyone who's not working in this case, obviously would be anticipating CUPE employees, right? But other employees would be in the schools.
And the teachers would be teaching asynchronously in the school.
The teachers would be teaching asynchronously, and one of the other things that we want to consider within that decision, and I know I don't think other boards have followed suit. Some boards have, some boards haven't. But one of the things we are considering is the what if, because we've already had a few instances of, didn't see that coming. This changes the game. One of the things could be if there was some form of resolution and we were to have people back in the schools on Thursday, then we wanted to ensure that we had staff there as well. You could have, it's possible, you could have, again, and I know this personally, having been on many years ago, days of action, and not everybody was following suit, and so you did have some people head into work as well, right? So you could have people head to work on those days as well. Not that we would anticipate that, but we'd be silly not to think that could happen.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien, you have a follow-up question?
I do. Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Director Klein, I would pray that this would never happen, but if it did go longer than Friday, has there been thought around that?
Director Klein?
If it goes past Friday, is there any thoughts on that?
Well, yes, there has been talk on that, and the question right now is, to what extent could we support all students, and how we would do that. So we have not. We would have something to share with parents in the event that we are moving toward things Monday forward. We have, and I think other boards have looked at possible synchronous work too, to have students learn. The biggest challenge, and I think Trustee Agnew has mentioned this, is going to be for students for whom that EA is very, very important, because unlike it wasn't a labor issue, it was a COVID issue, but unlike the last time we had to shift our model of education because of COVID, we at least had all hands on deck, and so we were able to shift that model for our highest needs learners with the staff. But without that staff, it's going to be very, very difficult. But what we've discussed right now would be synchronous learning, but that's based on everything we know right now at this time. So I would say that's as a big kind of a caveat.
Thank you, Director Klein. Up next is Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Superintendent Lofts. The last month has been a challenging one for busing on some routes. Last week has been good, so hopefully that you have some good news for us. How are we staffing wise with our bus drivers?
Superintendent Lofts.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I would say it's probably status quo to be, so I have to take my glasses off. So it shows my age now. I have to read with them, but I'm looking at you and I can't see you, Trustee Murphy.
You might want to put them back on.
It's about the same as far as what our routes are. We haven't canceled routes. We still have open routes. For all that we have in training, we seem to be losing some as well. So it is getting better, as we know. Part of that just comes with, I think, just repetition. Now we're into 2 months of solid busing, right? We've been back roughly 2 months now. So there is that improvement, just overall improvement. But as far as having drivers for all our routes, we're still down. I think we have 36 open routes, which is roughly where we were before. We dropped about 33 and we have about 36 open or so. And what I mean by open is it doesn't have a permanent driver. So the route's covered, just doesn't have a permanent driver. And where that leads to is sometimes if it's a new driver, new route, it takes longer to find their route and where they're going to go. So
thank you, Trustee Murphy. You had a follow-up?
Just to clarify. So we do continually have drivers in training. We're recruiting continually. How many, do you know offhand, how many are in training right now?
Yeah, Superintendent Law. Sorry, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee Murphy. This has been a low month or a low week for drivers in training. We have 6 right now in training. That's across 5 providers. So that's been our lowest one. Are we recruiting? Yes, definitely. We are recruiting. We had a meeting last week as well on that topic came up as well about other ideas to try to recruit more drivers and such. So it's, I feel bad. It's the same message I give every week, but it is roughly the same as we've been in the past little while, other than the improvements just from repetition. People getting used to it. Alternate drivers getting more used to the route, being on a little longer. That probably helps with our times. Does help with our times.
Thank you, Superintendent Law.
Thank you.
Trustee Murphy. Up next, we have Trustee Ohan Chanada. Trustee Ohan Chanada, you have the floor.
For you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Law. Trustee Murphy twigged something. Thank you for that, Trustee Murphy. Courtesy seating, as far as busing is concerned. I know during COVID, there was no courtesy seating. That's been reinitiated. Do we know how many people have been denied courtesy? And I don't want to put you in the spot. If it's something for the next meeting, please feel free to bring it back. But I'd like to know what our kind of take rate is for courtesy seating.
Superintendent Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Trustee Horn-Zanota. You're correct. We have re-implemented courtesy seats. We did something a little different this year, hopefully for the betterment of our system, is that we offered courtesy seats from the start of the year. So if you would have applied for the period was like from April till June, if you wanted courtesy seats, we would try to have it at least by the start of school recognized and added to the bus accordingly. Whereas in the past, it wasn't offered until October. So once the schools are running and such, that we would offer it. So that seemed to have gone well. With respect to how many were denied, I don't have that information. So I'll look for it and bring it back. If that's
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you, Trustee Ohan Chanada. You have a follow-up? No? So I do not see any other. I don't see a hand up there. Okay, so Trustee Guzzo has a hand up first. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. My camera's not working. Otherwise, I'd be turning it on. I was just going to ask a question in regards to regarding the busing situation. And thank you, Trustee Murphy, for bringing it up. You know, if we've asked 1, 2, 3 times, it always seems to come up. So through to you, Superintendent Lofts, with the new Oakville build and the way that border is split up between Holy Trinity and Loyola, do we see any of that changing? I know I'm kind of going into planning as well, but since we're on the busing topic, can I just ask that?
Superintendent Lofts.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and to Trustee Guzzo. I don't necessarily have that information right now to see what it would be, but yeah, potentially.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. You have a follow-up?
No, there we are then. Thank you.
Okay, thank
much
you.
Appreciated.
Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question. Can you, sorry, Rosie, can you just scroll for EQAO, the slide for EQAO testing? Okay, great. So I feel like after a bit of a delay over COVID, this has sort of come back like a wrecking ball. I do have a question with respect to the OSS LT. Given that this has now been restored as a grad requirement, what happens for students who are not successful? How does that work for students who write it maybe 1, 2, 3 times? I don't know. But what happens if they're not successful? What are the mechanisms put in place to help them obtain that for grad?
Director Klein.
Good question, and not that would ever happen, but it's possible that could happen. I'm going to defer over to Superintendent Kroll in a moment, but one of the things that could happen if a student were not to be successful in this is that they would be then And this is why often students will take it on the first semester, and then the second semester they would be taking a course to help with that. And if you don't get it on the first shot or the second shot, there's always another shot as well. And of course, at that point, that would be a signal to staff that there would be support needed. The support doesn't, of course, as you're aware, Trustee Agnew, mean it's special education, but it would mean that support is needed. Teachers respond to the needs of their students. But I would ask, I think particular Superintendent Kroll might be able to add a little more.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, and just to add a little bit on to what Director Klein had to say. Yeah, students are given multiple opportunities to write, and or certainly as part of what they get back with their test results, schools can identify what specific areas students need support with. So we would work with students that were unsuccessful the first time. Usually schools will run sessions for students specifically who were not successful the first time. Talking about test taking strategy, about taking a look at their specific results and saying, here's areas in which you need to improve on, and here's some practice you can have to be able to improve on that. If after the second or third attempt a student wasn't successful, we would enroll them in the grade 12 literacy course, which again is an entire semester where students are getting specific remedial literacy instruction to be able to satisfy the literacy requirement. We offer that in day school, we offer that in summer school, so there's multiple opportunities for students to get that. It does have a very, very high success rate because again, it is taking the requirements of the test and spreading it over an entire semester. Sorry, we can't hear you. Sorry.
I have to speak through yours. I am speaking through. Director Kroll, can you hear me? Sorry, Superintendent Kroll.
Yes, I can now.
Can you hear me now? Great. Thank you very much for the answer. As I was saying, prayerfully, Director Klein is, correct in his optimistic assumption that we don't have any failures, but I know that we do have a number of staff and students who are extremely worried getting back into standardized testing after having been away from it for so long. And so that's wonderful to know that we do have some remedial options for them. So thank you very much, Superintendent Kroll.
Trustee Guzzo, I just saw a hand up there. Trustee Guzzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to moving to the Keeping Christ in Christmas, the student concert, which is like an awesome time of year. Can I ask, do we know when sales will start for the Christmas cards this year? Because I won't be hanging around the board when they come out. So I'd like to know, do we have an idea if that's in your purview, Director Klein, or is it somebody else's?
I'm going to pass this to Ms. Swindon. Ms. Swindon, are you there? Ms. Swindon? Ms. Swindon is not there online. Superintendent Loft, can you get back to Trustee Guzzo with the response? Yeah? Yeah, pass it to you. Somebody can get. Okay, somebody will. Okay, Rosie will get back to you.
Perfect, thank you. And has the date been set for the recipients? Do we know when that's going to happen at the board meeting?
No idea.
The December 6th meeting. Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Caravella. I see your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask about the tutoring that was in the slides about the tutoring. For the programs. Have many students signed up for this? Has parents been has it been well communicated to parents? Have a lot of students signed up?
Director Klein?
It's a very good question, Mr. Chair and Trustee Carabella, and I'm going to ask former Director Kroll if he would answer that.
Certainly. Thanks for the question, Trustee Carabella, and through you, Mr. Chair. We are in the process of rolling out right now. So we did send communication out through schools about one of the options we have for tutoring through one of our community organizations, Halton Black Voices. We have been in contact with some families to be able to connect them with sessions for the Learning Disability Associations of Halton and Hamilton. We are just completing the recruiting process of our own staff for tutoring. I think the last count we had was something around 120 of our own staff that are interested in tutoring. So we'll be looking then to offer spaces to parents based on the number of staff that we were able to successfully recruit. We're looking at additional options as well to support secondary students as they get closer to exams. We're looking to do a second intake of students and teachers for tutoring as we get into the new year. So we're certainly in the process of unrolling our plans for tutoring, and you'll see more news coming out in the next, I would say, next few weeks. So hopefully that answers your question, Trustee Carabella.
Or is it just teacher or like professional tutors?
Director Klein.
I'll ask again Superintendent Kroll to speak to this, but I think it's the latter. Go ahead.
Sure, and sorry, we couldn't hear the question very well. So just would you be able to repeat it for me, Student Trustee Chua? I can't hear.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. I was just wondering, is peer tutoring included in the tutoring plan?
So peer tutoring in secondary school is certainly something that's set up more. It's not, we don't organize that at the board level. It's more of a school initiative. So yes, so we have some like License to Learn, L2L is one of the organizations that works directly with schools. So I would say that's not part of the board's tutoring strategy, but we certainly promote it and encourage it at the school level. I've been at a school that's used it and it's been quite successful. So yes, the short answer is it is more of a school-based strategy, but it's certainly, it's been in existence long before this ministry initiative came to light.
Just to refresh it just fills my bucket when we talk about this because I think it's amazing. Maybe to Superintendent Kroll is how long was that funding for, and do we know how long it's going to take us to?
Superintendent Kroll.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. So originally the funding that we received, so we received two pieces of good news. The first one was that unspent funding from the spring tutoring, we were able to roll over to this year. So that sort of helps with our planning and rolling out. The money that was originally to have expired at sort of the end of December has been extended through the end of March. So we're moving as quickly as we can to get these programs in place. Like I say, I think there's a lot more that'll be coming in the next couple of weeks to support struggling students.
Kudos for getting that rolling and getting those organizations moving. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo.
The hands up. So Director Klein, I want to thank you for presenting your report. And I know the situation is fluid and dynamic and changing. So what I'm hearing around the table is communication. So with staff, let's have a communication plan in place and communicate to our parents who are concerned and who do have concerns. Thank you once again to your staff. Moving on to the next order of business is delegations. We do not have delegations tonight. Our next order of business is the approval of the minutes. 6.1, minutes of the October 18th, 2022 regular board meeting is in your package. Are there any errors, additions, or deletions to those minutes? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Trustee Agnew.
Vice Chair Agnew, looking for a seconder, please.
Murphy.
Seconded by Trustee Murphy. I'll take it to a recorded vote. Trustee O'Brien. In favor. Trustee DeRosa,
Abstain.
Trustee Carabella,
Abstain.
Trustee Boyd,
In favor.
Trustee Chua,
In favor.
Trustee Chanara,
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo,
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew,
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
If 5 in favor, 2 abstentions, the motion carries. The minutes are approved. We shall move on to the next order of business, which is business arising from previous meeting. Summary of outstanding items from previous meeting. The chart is provided in your agenda package for information. Our next order of business is action items. First action item, 8.1, HCDSB procedural bylaws. Before we proceed, I would like to thank all trustees and Trustee Murphy for working through the bylaw review process over many, many meetings. Trustee Murphy, would you like to speak to the process before I read the motion, or you can read the motion?
Either or, Mr. Chair, I don't want to steal your thunder. So I can speak to the process. So the ad hoc bylaw review committee was established based on resolution 11120 on May 9th, 2020, and was enhanced further by a resolution 287/21 on October 5th board meeting. So the initial meeting was held on January 19th, 2022, where the chair was elected and the terms of reference were forwarded by the committee to the February 1st board meeting, and they were passed under resolution 6322. So subsequent meetings were held on March the 7th, April 26th, May 24th, June 15th, September 21st, all in 2022, where the completed draft version was sent for legal review. Legal did a complete review of the document, forwarded their changes, which were adopted. The October 25th meeting, some clarifications on wording were inputted or were put forward, I should say, from our parliamentarian, Mr. Kapoor. They were unanimously approved to be forwarded to this board meeting. So that is the document that we have attached. And the following resolution is for the adoption of those changes.
Trustee Murphy, please read the motion. You have worked hard on that. So.
Oh, you caught me unprepared, Mr. Chair, but I'll rise. I'll rise. Okay. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation of the Bylaw Review Ad Hoc Steering Committee that the Halton Catholic District School Board procedural bylaws be approved.
Trustee Murphy,
I'll second it.
May I ask for a mover? Would you be the mover? Okay. Looking for a seconder?
Trustee Guzzo.
Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Murphy, you get to open up discussion on this motion. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it was a long process where we had involvement by most of the trustees, very fulsome discussions, some lively debates. It was instrumental to have the help and guidance of Parliamentary Kapoor. So we thank you very much for your direction. And I think we've put together a document that will help serve the next board well. I think it's very comprehensive and very thorough. And I would suggest, depending on what happens here tonight, if they are adopted, that we look at our policies and make sure that our policies are in sync with the bylaw. And there's a few that we know already that may need to have some to have a look at. So yeah, I think it's it was a long process. It was a very worthy and rewarding process. So hopefully we can all get behind and support the adoption of this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. I'll now open up the floor to trustees for discussion. We have Vice Chair Agnew. You have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to actually say congratulations to Trustee Murphy for being a great sheriff, if you will, during this process. You were able to sort of bring everybody together with their own independent views on, what needed to be looked at and what the ideas that people had with respect to the bylaws. And you did a great job. So thank you for your leadership on that. I'm really happy with the healthy debates that we had, with the assistance of Parliamentarian Kapoor. Everyone worked really well together. It's a fairly arduous process to go through, but I'm really, really, really proud of the outcome, and I'm hoping that it passes tonight as well. I think it would be a great piece moving forward, as you said, for the new group of trustees coming in to work with. So thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Trustee Carabella. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had a question about some clarification of some points. One was about that we don't have the board meetings during March break and Holy Week. Can we find that section in here? And I just wanted clarity on that because
Rosie, could you put that up?
Does it allow, if we do need a meeting, and I'm speaking from past experience when we did have a board meeting during Holy Week that was necessary because of the timing of a school closure was coming up, and it was important that parents, the timing was that we had the meeting during Holy Week. So I'm just making sure that if necessary, if there's an urgent matter, maybe not an emergency, but an urgent matter, that we do have that capacity.
So let's pull up the section. Parliamentarian Kapoor, do you know the section often?
I believe it is 9 point. Oh, no, I thought it was, I believe it's in 4. It is 4.1.2.
4.1.2. Trustee Carabella, 4 point.
It's on page 33 of 84 of the package, or page 5 of 20 of the bylaws in the package.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to add context to?
Yes, please, Trustee Murphy. Go ahead.
So, Trustee Carabella, we had a fairly extensive debate on this, and at that time we purposely excluded Holy Week, but included for March break. So that was the will of the trustees at the meeting and the decision we made, and I believe the verbiage supports that. So a regular. So we look at it, says regular meetings of the board shall be held on the first and third Tuesday of each month in the boardroom, except that the board shall not meet during Holy Week or during the week designated as March break. A regular meeting that would otherwise occur during March break may be rescheduled at the discretion of the chair by the chair. So there is no provision for meeting during Holy Week unless it would have to be in Parliamentary Kapoor, if you could correct me. You would need to suspend that bylaw and have a 2/3 majority. Is that correct?
Parliamentarian Kapoor.
Thank you, Chair. This section is specific to regular meetings. I believe, if I was asked, it would be my interpretation that a special meeting of this board could be convened during Holy Week if required. I know that the wording here specifically says no meeting shall occur. No, that the board shall not meet during Holy Week, but this is in the section 4.1, which refers to regular board meetings. So I believe my interpretation, if I was asked to advise, would be that a special board meeting, if required, could be held during Holy Week, but not a regular. But if you have a regular meeting that would otherwise land during Holy Week, that meeting will not occur and will not be rescheduled as a regular board meeting.
Thank you. Trustee Carabella.
So that be written in under the section on special board meetings that this could happen? That for an urgent matter, be able to have call a special board meeting during Holy Week or March break.
Trustee Murphy.
So we actually, the intent at the meeting was not to allow a meeting during Holy Week. I understand what Parliamentary Kapoor is putting forward. I personally wouldn't interpret that way just because I was at the meeting. I think if that is your desire, then we would have to make an amendment to that clause and insert some verbiage. But the debate, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is at the meeting, the debate was very specific that we are leaving Holy Week alone and not allowing a meeting during that time. So my interpretation of the bylaws would be that there is always authority and a mechanism to bypass in the event of an emergency, but it requires 2/3 majority. Or would that be, so if you, Parliamentary Kapoor, indulge my train of thought. So if the chair and the director deemed it urgent to have a meeting during Holy Week, do our bylaws allow a mechanism where the bylaws can be suspended to call that meeting? And if so, would it be a 2/3 majority or unanimous?
Parliamentary Kapoor, could you advise?
Under Robert's rules, a suspension, and under your bylaw, a suspension of the bylaw can only occur within a meeting and doesn't, so you could not at the meeting before Holy Week decide to suspend the rules and conduct another meeting. That would be why, so I would say that the bylaws would not allow it to occur that way. But an amendment could be made either to allow that with a 2/3 vote, or to specify that this applies to regular meetings, but that the chair would still have the authority to convene a special meeting. And I can happy to provide language either way, depending on the will of the board.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Kapoor. Trustee Carabella, I'll move ahead and come back to you. Is that, or you plan to do something with this?
Would I make an amendment?
I know, I'm asking.
Yes, I would like to make an amendment.
Okay.
Because I can speak to it.
Okay. So can you state the amendment? I think you've got to get some wording from Parliamentarian Kapoor.
Two. Four here. Two. So it would read in 4.12. Yes. 4.12. Okay, so I will read the line and then say when I'm adding the amendment. So regular meetings of the board shall be held on the first and third Tuesday of each month in the boardroom, except and now I'm saying that a regular meeting of the board shall not meet
Is Ms. Swindon there?
I am, Mr. Chair.
So we have an amendment to 4.1.2.
Okay.
Would you be text the word file and
I'm sorry, it's very difficult to hear you. It's cutting out.
Do you have the bylaws in Word format? Okay.
I do not think I do. I can take down the amendment in form of a motion if that helps you.
Yeah.
Is that what you want? Yeah.
So Trustee Carabella is still working on it, so give us a few minutes. Thank you, trustees. So we have item 4.1.2, which is being proposed to be amended. Trustee Carabella, can you give the wording to Rosie? Do you have the wording? Can the wording be displayed on the screen, the amendment? Just so that everybody knows, trustees. Yeah, trustees, we have a speakers list here. I'm going to retain that speakers list and go off on the amendment on a different list. Okay, so I'll come back and ask you if you want to speak to the amendment. If you say no, then I'll retain your name on the list.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Sun.
can I get some clarification? I have the wording. I'm not clear. Am I beginning am I beginning at this point here that's highlighted, or am I beginning at the end of the sentence? Except that a regular meeting of the board shall not be held during Holy Week.
There is in the
Excellent. So go ahead.
First sentence.
Yes.
First regular meetings of the board shall be held on the first and third Tuesday of each month in the boardroom. That part stays the same.
Okay.
Except that.
Yes.
And that's where a regular meeting of the board. You'll need to type in the board.
The board is already listed there. It's here.
Then go and
okay, yeah.
You'll want to strike out meet and add in be held.
Okay. Does that seem right?
Trustee Carabella, does that look okay?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Did you want me to read that in then?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'd like to make an amendment to 4.12 so that it reads, regular meetings of the board shall be held on the first and third Tuesday of each month in the boardroom, except that a regular meeting of the board shall not be held during Holy Week or during the week designated as March break. A regular meeting that would otherwise occur during March break may be rescheduled at the discretion of the chair, by the chair.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. We have the wording on screen, trustees. May I have a mover for the amendment?
So I'm the mover, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. May I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion which is moved by Trustee Carabella, seconded by Trustee De Rosa. Trustee Carabella, you get to open discussion. Your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm adding this just a specification that it's not that we want we will not, this makes sure we don't have regular board meetings during Holy Week. So it's keeping that, but it's giving us the option that if there's an urgent matter that comes up, that we are able to call a special board meeting. So from my past, in my first term, there was a school closures happening in Burlington. And because of legislation and certain timing of public meetings and, reports from the board, it was very imperative for parents that we actually did have a meeting during Holy Week to aid parents so that they would have the information required, and the board had information required to go forward to deal with those school closures. So there are circumstances that occur that would require that, I think. So it's just giving that option. It's not going to be something we look for, but it just leaves us open for that option.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. We have a couple of trustees who have their hands up from the previous original motion. I will go to that list and ask trustees if they would like to speak to this or if they'd like to stay on the list. Trustee Guzzo, would you like to speak to this amendment? Okay, go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I can't support this motion. I appreciate Trustee Carabella bringing this forward. But as Trustee Agnew made a comment earlier, our sheriff did a good job at leading this. So as a deputy to being present at those bylaw meetings, we had a full conversation about this, a fulsome conversation as a committee of the whole at last, and it was clarified. And I think in Parliamentary Kapoor was part of it, and we also had legal vetted as required by some of the trustees at the beginning of the bylaw review. So I think to make changes at this point, particularly to the bylaws, when they all have to speak to each other, that is why we did it through a working group, is to avoid making changes here at the table, because as we know, it's a fluent document, and if we change one thing, it could have a ricochet effect and lead to other pieces that need to be changed. And we spent a lot of time trying to clean this up and using a lot of experience over the last 4 years to make sure that it was fluid for the next set of trustees coming in, so that they weren't stuck with the same issues that we have been, where bylaws didn't make sense or we couldn't actually rely on them because we had to go based on past practice. So that being said, I think we should just leave it as we had fully discussed and passed at the bylaw committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Trustee DeRosa, you had your hand up for the original motion. Do you want to speak to this amendment or stay on the original motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I had my I haven't been present in a while, so I apologize. My hand up was prior to the discussion of this amendment.
So would you like to speak to the amendment, or would you like to stay on the original?
I seconded the amendment. I support the amendment.
Okay. Okay, Chair.
But I'd like an opportunity to speak.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to speak to it, Trustee DeRosa. Oh, not the amendment. Okay. Trustee Owen Chinada, you'd like to speak to the original, your hand was up for the original amendment, original motion. Do you want to speak to the amendment?
I would, please, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to parliamentary report. This addition, in Trustee Guzzo's, yes, a lot of time was spent, but I'm asking you for your professional opinion with this amendment, and I'd like to wordsmith the amendment because it feels choppy to me just to read, no offense. Does this create a more fulsome bylaw, or is it?
Parliamentary Kapoor.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment makes explicit what my interpretation of the original language was, which is that it prohibits a regular meeting during Holy Week, but would allow a a special meeting to be held during Holy Week. This makes that explicit, that the prohibition applies only to regular meetings. That would have been my interpretation of the language as it stood. There was some question in the discussion held earlier about whether that was the intent. Therefore, this makes it explicit that that's what it applies to, that it prohibits a regular meeting, but by specifying that it's a regular meeting that's prohibited, a special meeting would be allowed during Holy Week.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Kapoor. Trustee Okoncha-Nadar.
Thank you through Mr. Chair to Parliamentarian Kapoor. So it just takes the gray area out. Is that what you're saying? It takes the interpretation away.
Parliamentarian Kapoor.
It does, and based on some of the earlier discussion before the amendment was moved, it may change the intent that some of the trustees had in mind. But it does, it takes a gray area away and makes it explicit, yes.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Kapoor. Trustee Okoncha-Nadar, you need clarification?
No, I'll come back. I'll go back in line.
Okay. Thank you. We had Trustee Agnew. Your hand was up. Is it for this amendment or is it? Okay. Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and thank you to my esteemed colleague, Trustee Carabella, for bringing this amendment forward. I am concerned, and this could be a question for Parliamentarian Kapoor, but I am concerned. We did do a lot of work through numerous committees to come together with a consensus and worked through all of the discussions around these bylaws and have come to what we have here. So I am curious as to whether or not these changes would impact another area of the bylaw that we have or have not made changes to that would need to be reviewed.
Parliamentarian Kapoor.
Chair, I do not believe so. As you saw, we put the wording together just this evening, but as far as I can tell in helping put the wording together, I do not believe there are any unintended consequences.
Thank you. Vice Chair Agnew.
Okay, thank you, because that's a concern of mine again, that I don't want this to be a situation where one thing impacts something else that we haven't considered. We go ahead and support this this amendment and have it later on come back on us because it's impacted another area. That's my concern.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. I see Trustee Guzzo, you have your hand up.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So just to Parliamentarian Kapoor, so if the intent is that special called meetings can be called, can we maybe go to that language then for special called meetings? Because this is not referencing special called meetings. We already know that this 4.1.2 is about regular board meetings. So can we, is it possible, I don't know who, Ms. Swindon, do you mind moving to the special called meetings? So I think special called meetings are pretty prescriptive, so I'm not sure that that has any bearing to do with these three. So I'm just trying to understand how that makes it more explicit, because it's not about special called meetings. This is about special called meetings.
So Trustee Guzzo, you see it on your screen.
Yeah, no, I'm asking my questions to Parliamentarian Kapoor.
Parliamentarian
It just
Kapoor.
looks like a wordsmith to me.
Thank you, Chair. There is this was an issue in the current bylaw, is that there was some wording that was in the section on regular meetings, and it wasn't clear whether it applied to all meetings or just regular meetings. One of the things we've done in this proposed bylaw is clearly specify regular meetings and special meetings and in-camera meetings, and each has their own section. 412, the proposed language, is specific that the prohibition on Holy Week only applies to regular meetings. And it was my thought previously that the original language in front of you was clear enough that that only applied to regular meetings. However, as a parliamentarian, I can never really argue against being as explicit as possible. So this would not change my interpretation of the fact that a special meeting could be called during Holy Week. With
or without the amendment.
With or without the amendment. However, the
still
amendment
looked at the same.
That would be my interpretation. Yeah. And as your parliamentarian, I only give advice to the chair. So the chair would be the person to make that final decision.
Right.
This proposed wording in this amendment is more explicit in to advice to the chair, authority that the chair does have the right to call a special meeting during Holy Week.
Right. So thank you. And the reason why I'm asking is because we did spend a lot of time on this last week to get my head around it and to wrap my head around it. And now adding a change to it, to me, it's getting the same result essentially. So.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. I see no other hands up. So Trustee Murphy, I didn't see your hand up. Okay. Okay. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
My fingers are fairly thick. So I guess what I wanted to just bring up was intentionally we had previously in our current bylaw, we have 4.1.6 Holy Week. And it does allow for emergencies, but that was removed from our bylaws now, I guess, because of the changes, the wording, it was, I guess, assumed. I don't know if that's correct wording, parliamentary core. So it says that the board, except for an emergency, shall not meet during Holy Week. Any meeting scheduled for that week shall be rescheduled to the date and time by majority vote of the members. So previously, I guess, our intent for the bylaws was to make an allowance for an emergency. So even though when we met as the bylaw review committee, we really didn't, that wasn't the intent or how our discussions went. It is in our current bylaws now. So I think it's just a matter of trustees now deciding, do we want to make an allowance for that emergency or not? It was there previously. It wasn't discussed that way in our bylaw review committee, but now it's brought forward. So I think that's really all we need to do is just make the decision. Do we want to keep it or not?
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Murphy. So we do not, Trustee DeRosa, you have your hand up for this discussion again? Or okay. Okay, thank you. So we do not have any other hands up on this amendment. This amendment was moved by Trustee Carabella and seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Carabella, you get to close discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No need to close.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Carabella. I shall now call the vote on the amendment.
Point of privilege. Mr. Chair, I had my hand up. I wanted to speak to that.
I didn't see your hand up.
I know, it was right close.
Okay, I'll give you, Trustee Janara, you have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, and please, I'm not an English expert, please don't take that. Can I do a friendly amendment just to put in different words, Trustee Carabella?
Go ahead, Trustee Janara.
Okay, so I'd just like to say, regular meetings of the board shall be held on the first and third Tuesday of each month in the boardroom, except when aforementioned regular meetings fall during Holy Week or during the week designated as March break, and then a regular meeting that would otherwise occur, blah, blah, blah. So regular meetings of the board shall be held on the first and third Tuesday of each month in the boardroom, except when aforementioned regular meetings fall during Holy Week or during the week designated as March break. Is that a friendly?
Trustee Carabella, you see the changes on your screen?
Did I change the intention? Because my intention is not to change the intention.
Let's go to Trustee Carabella. Take a look at that.
To be honest, I would ask Parliamentarian Atul to.
Okay, Parliamentarian Kapoor. Trustee Carabella needs some help.
Phone a friend gets 30 seconds, right? I'm just looking at it carefully. And my assumption is that the second sentence stays the same, of course. We're only looking at the first sentence. Just give me one moment, please, Chair. I appreciate your indulgence.
Sure.
As far as I can tell, Chair, and you will sense a bit of hesitancy in my voice because I'm just reading this anew. As far as I can tell, the meaning is the same.
So adding those words just complicates the sentence and makes it bigger.
Well, this would be a replacement for all of that part that's in the rest of that sentence.
Okay.
That's highlighted in blue currently.
Okay.
As far as I can tell at the moment, it meaning is the same.
Okay. So Trustee Carabella, what do you want to do with this? Do you want to, are you okay with the change, or do you not want to change? Just retain it as you.
No, to be honest, it was more clear to me the other way.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. So Trustee Ohanchanara, will either have to
I
move
gave it a shot.
Okay, thanks. So we'll go back to the motion as amended. We can remove the text in blue and go back there. So we do not have any other speakers here. So Trustee Carabella has said she's closed. So I shall now call the vote on the amendment, which was moved by Trustee Carabella, seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Chua?
In favor.
Trustee Ohanchanara?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
So we have 5 in favor, 2 opposed. The amendment carries. Shall now go back to the main motion, which was moved by Trustee Murphy and seconded by Trustee Guzzo. And we have Trustee DeRosa. You had your hand up there first. So I shall give you the floor, Trustee DeRosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. This is a pretty important decision. That, in fact, what we're doing is we're approving the rules of engagement for the next coming board. And I do want to thank the committee for bringing this important work forward. And by no means do I not recognize the effort that went into this. I originally had a problem, probably still do have a problem with the process that was followed, but that's neither here nor there at this stage of the game. I would have liked to see this disapproval of this bylaw with participation of the new board. So for the sake of, I don't know, another month, to have the benefit of everybody around the table who is going to have to live with these rules for the next 4 years, I would have liked to see this motion delayed. That's the only reason why I will not support it.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. On speakers list, we have Trustee O'Brien and Trustee Guzzo. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Question of clarification for Parliamentarian Kapoor regarding the consent agenda. This is a new concept for me. It looks like a great idea, and you listed a series of items that could be on the consent agenda, action items from policy, minutes. So I was wondering, Parliamentarian Kapoor, would unfinished business also be something that could be put in that consent agenda?
Parliamentary Kapoor, could you elaborate more?
Thank you, Chair. Unfinished business could be placed on. Those suggestions are specifically examples, but not a complete list. If the chair and vice chair, in consultation with the secretary, felt that unfinished business would be non-controversial, they could definitely place it on the consent agenda. It's the discretion of the chair and vice chair, in consultation with the secretary, is high on what to place on the consent agenda, with the safeguard that any individual trustee could then remove an item from the consent agenda if they feel it's inappropriately there. But to make a long answer short, Trustee O'Brien asked about unfinished business, and the answer is yes, that could possibly appear there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Trustee Guzzo, you're up next. You have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, there's a couple of comments made, and just for clarification, our bylaws are to be reviewed every 4 years. This process was actually supposed to happen 2 years ago. So we're actually 2 years behind in reviewing these bylaws. So I think that, thank you for, again, for all the work and for everybody that participated in the bylaw working committee, or bylaw committee. I'm gonna be careful. So if I say it wrong, there's going to be an issue. So the bylaw committee, ad hoc steering committee, which was essentially a committee of the whole with parliamentarian Kapoor, who was part of it. So not to be a dissident by any means, but you know, we have to remember that this was required to be done. And there was some loose interpretation on whether or not it was supposed to be done through policy. And once we figured that all out, here we are. So again, and thank you to Parliamentary Kapoor for bearing with us through all of this. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Ohanchanara, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Trustee Murphy, I do want to publicly thank you and go on record for being the captain of our bylaw ad hoc steering committee. You made it interesting. The whole group did. I never thought I'd be that excited to talk about bylaws, and you made me love our bylaws. So thank you. And I think my intention only, I can only speak to myself, is to get the bylaws done, because if I was a brand new trustee and I had to go do a bylaw review, I don't know if I'd really understand what I was talking about before I made decisions. So it's really for the new board to try to help support, and obviously they can make changes as they go through their term. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Ohanchanara. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring the attention of 14.1 of the bylaw, the amendment of the bylaw. So this wasn't in our previous, it says this bylaw may be amended by the affirmative vote of the majority of the members of the board, provided a written notice was given as per Article 14.2 of this bylaw. So I just want clarity on that, that I thought that when we amended bylaws that it had to be 2/3 majority.
Bylaw is this 2.1?
14.1.
14.1. Okay, it's up on the screen.
So it's an added article that wasn't there before.
Yes, Trustee Murphy, you would like to speak to that?
I would defer to Parliamentary Kapoor.
Parliamentary Kapoor.
Thank you, Chair. The current bylaw does not require a 2/3 vote to amend the bylaws. It requires a majority vote here tonight. This is advancing it to an affirmative vote of the majority of the members of the board. And so it's this criterion in the proposed bylaw is actually higher than the threshold required this evening for this proposed bylaw. It is not 2/3. Some organizations require a 2/3 vote to amend their bylaws, and some assume that that is the vote that is required. Your bylaws do not say it. In fact, your bylaws say the opposite, that a majority vote is required for all of your resolutions, and that would include your bylaw this evening.
Thank you. Trustee Carabella, you have the explanation there. Any other follow-up? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My other just follow-up is on point 9.8. It has to do with the agenda items, because this has happened to me before, and 9.8 contradicts item 9.5 on the order of business. So 9.8 says that at any item at a regular meeting of the board for discussion or information only may be added to the agenda. But then 9.5 doesn't allow for a discussion item. And this, I know I've been wanting sometimes to put things on as a discussion item, and it's been pointed out there is no discussion item. And so I think tonight we put some item on as an information item, but it could be discussion is also, could be an option.
Trustee Murphy?
Going off recollection, I believe that the discussions at the meeting were that it would go as information, but maybe parliamentary Kapoor recalls better or different. I know we did have the discussion about adding and amending and putting in a discussion item, and we decided against that. Parliamentary Kapoor, do you recall?
Parliamentary Kapoor?
Thank you, Chair. This language that Trustee Carabella inquires about is current language. It has not been changed from your current bylaw to this proposed bylaw. And I understand that for discussion or information only is meant to make it distinct from an item requiring action or a decision at that same meeting. And therefore it could appear under miscellaneous information, which would be item 12 under the agenda 9.5, or information reports, but more likely it would appear under miscellaneous information. The idea is that it's distinct from an action item.
Thank you.
And just to add some context in it, was that decisions or actions were not to become from the floor. So that's why it was put as information.
Correct. Thank you, Trustee Carabella. You have more questions, I'll put you back in the queue. Trustee DeRosa, you're up next. Okay. Next, we have Vice Chair Agnew. You have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So just a comment onto what Trustee Guzzo and Trustee DeRosa had said earlier. I think we actually had some discussion around the table about how vested and committed we were to actually trying to get this done before the new group came in, knowing that it was an arduous task, knowing that you need to really live through the bylaws to often understand where some of the gaps are in the application of those bylaws. And so again, not to reiterate, but I'm really proud of the work that we did. It was overdue. People really took the tasks to heart until you need them. Sometimes, the bylaws are like an old paint can. They're not often exciting, and they're not often something people want to really get into. But when you need them and when they're there and when they can help you run an efficient meeting and they can help you move the business of the board ahead, they're extremely vital. And so, this was almost, I think, the intention was to have this as a gift to the new group of trustees coming in, that they would hopefully have a clearer, more concrete, more transparent set of bylaws with which they could govern the next term. So for that reason, I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee DeRosa, I see your hand up again. Did you put it intentionally down? Sure, go ahead, you have the floor.
I think it's commendable that we tried to complete these bylaws prior to, in preparation for the new board. As well intended as that might have been, I think that these are the rules of engagement that everyone needs to understand. Some of us took, if I reflect on our own personal experience, not everybody understood these bylaws and their use or misuse, to what extent they could have an impact on the operations of the board. So it's in that spirit that I'm recommending that maybe you should consider maybe delaying it, I don't know, a month, 2 months, so that the new board could familiarize themselves with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. I'm not hearing that you want to amend it, the motion, but I shall continue with the discussion.
I don't want to amend it. I just take the vote.
Okay.
So
we have Trustee Guzzo's hand up and Trustee O'Brien, and then I'm thinking we should take it to a vote. Trustee Guzzo?
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to suggest actually that we actually take it to a vote, because we have gone through all of these changes. They've been shared. in advance of our last bylaw review committee with the recommended changes, not only through parliamentary core, but through legal as well with recommendations. And then we actually went through it again at the last bylaw meeting. So I think that at this point, you know, it's been a fulsome discussion. You know, not to be trying to create any antics with this, but I really do think we should move on for this, because for us to change it here now with this board requires more than just a 5-minute conversation.
Thank you. And we have Trustee O'Brien up next. 1 second, Trustee O'Brien. Okay. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One final quick comment. One very radical thing about these bylaws, which I really like, and the new board will have to deal with this, is the fact that in-camera items now have to be voted on in the regular public session meeting. I think this is great. It leads to great transparency. It's going to take some finesse how those motions will be worded because they're in-camera items. But I think you will like that change, because I certainly wish we would have had that in our bylaws. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. And with that, I shall close discussions. Trustee Murphy, you get to close.
Oh, thank you. I jumped the gun. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I should have more faith in you.
Thank you.
So to close, these bylaws are compliant with the Education Act. They're compliant with the laws of Ontario. So that is an important fact that we haven't discussed here tonight. So it was the lawyers that actually did a fantastic job and made quite a few changes, one of which Trustee O'Brien had just pointed out. So we are compliant. The other important factor to note is that in our bylaws, the requirement is to review these bylaws every 4 years, and the cycle was set up midterm. So this was supposed to be reviewed in 2020. And the reason for that, I'm assuming, is that it gives trustees 2 years under their belt to be able to have lived these bylaws and to be able to make changes as they see fit or required. Unfortunately, we were bumped out of that cycle, and it may be something that the next board wants to look at. There are different ways of handling it. I know different boards do different things. They meet semi-annually and they look at the bylaws. That may be something that the board wants to look at, because in essence, the next review cycle is at the end of your term. So I think that would then be difficult to do this bylaw review at the end of your term, or so close to the end of your term. So that may be something that the next board can review. So I'm confident in what we've put together. Again, it's compliant. There are some significant changes. I think the changes will make meetings flow better and make the job of trustees more effective and more efficient. So I look forward to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. So trustees, we have the motion in front of us, which we are voting on. The last 2 words have been added to the motion as amended. The motion was moved by Trustee Murphy and seconded by Trustee Guzzo. With that, I shall call the vote. Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
Opposed.
Trustee Carabella?
Abstain.
Trustee Boy?
In favor.
Trustee Chua?
In favor.
Trustee Ohanchanara?
In favor?
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
So we have 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention. The motion carries. The bylaws are approved. We shall now move on to the next order of business. The same order of business, action items, item 8.2. Milton number 9, Catholic Elementary School Boundary Review Committee recommendations. Superintendent Merrick, would you like to speak to this before I read the motion? Superintendent Merrick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, just briefly, we have the recommendation tonight from the Milton No. 9 School Boundary Review Committee. The report is as presented at the October 18th board meeting, and we have one resolution for consideration. Again, I want to really thank the members of this committee work here. I know I saw one of them online earlier. I'm not sure she's still around, but thank you to our parents who helped in this committee. And also thank you to our planning team for their work and making sure that the process went very smoothly. And we achieved our objective here tonight and bringing it forward to the board. So happy to take any questions that trustees may have on this, but it is the same report that was presented a couple weeks ago at our last board meeting.
I shall now read the motion. Resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board directs staff to implement the SBRC recommended boundaries for the 2022-2023-24 school year for St. Benedict Catholic Elementary School, St. Nicholas Catholic Elementary School, and Milton No. 9 Catholic Elementary School, whereby these changes shall have the effect of altering existing attendance areas by, number 1, directing patch V3, V52 and V57 from St. Scholastica Catholic Elementary School to Milton No. 9 Catholic Elementary School, and redirecting patch J38, K40, P35, P37, and P38 from St. Benedict Catholic Elementary School to Milton No. 9 Catholic Elementary School. Resolved that the regular track students attending grade 7 at St. Scholastica Catholic Elementary School and St. Benedict Catholic Elementary School in the 2022-23 school year and live within the new Milton No. 9 Catholic Elementary School boundary be accommodated through legacy exceptions at St. Scholastica Catholic Elementary School or St. Benedict Catholic Elementary School for the 2023-24 school year based on current school boundaries. Resolved that existing regular track students as of June 29th, 2022, who reside in the following areas are given the option to be accommodated through legacy exceptions until graduation. Number 1, patch areas V57 have the option to be accommodated through legacy exceptions at St. Scholastica Catholic Elementary School. And number 2, patch areas J38, K40, P35, P37, and P38 have the options to be accommodated through legacy exceptions at St. Benedict Catholic Elementary School. May I have a mover and a seconder? Looking for a mover?
O'Brien.
Trustee O'Brien, seconder please.
Murphy.
Second by Trustee Murphy. Trustees, do we have questions? Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Merrick. Superintendent Merrick, it says in the report, however, if the enrollment at St. Scholastica CS is too great, elementary students within the Milton No. 10 CS catchment may be temporarily transferred to a holding school within the town of Milton until the St. Kateri Tekakwitha CS students transfer to their new secondary building. What holding school do you have in mind?
Superintendent Merrick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, we'd have to look at the time and see what schools we have that are proximate to the Milton No. 10 catchment that could possibly accommodate those students. There are a few to the north there, which would be Guardian Angels or Our Lady of Fatima. Alternatively, if Milton No. 9 school is opening and it's a fairly new opening, it would likely have a room there. But obviously, the main objective is to try and minimize the movement of those students and minimize how many times they're moving. So if there is at all any way possible to keep them at St. Scholastica, the plan would be to keep them there until their eventual home, the Milton No. 10 building, is ready for them and able to accommodate them there. So that's our primary objective, is to move them straight from their holding school now St. Scholastica to Milton No. 10. But enrollments are tough to predict in Milton, so I'll have to see how that plays out in future years.
O'Brien, do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank our Boundary Review Committee for all their hard work and for staff putting this report together. It looks fairly easy on paper, but it is very complex. And as those of us in Milton know, it's very dynamic and it's changing. Decisions that we made 2 years ago about boundary reviews, now the dynamics have changed and they're starting to impact us. So I think moving forward in the future, we'll need to be a little more nimble and have to be a little more flexible in how we accommodate based on the question that Trustee O'Brien had just asked. We're starting to see a lot of those changes. During COVID, building starts were down. They're actually ramping up and there's significant, in the next 2 years, significant amount of homes that will be occupied in this area and in the other catchments in the south. So thank you very much to Superintendent Merrick and your staff. We really appreciate all your hard work and look forward to seeing this school be built. We just did the groundbreaking on Friday, I think it was, which it was great. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Trustee DeRosa, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Simple question, or maybe a complicated question, I don't know. Does this impact the French program at all, or the commitment we made to parents in Milton?
Superintendent Merrick.
Yeah, this does not impact the French immersion program. It's still at, I believe that's St. Scholastica and St. Benedict's in the area, but there's no changes to the catchments for French immersion.
Does not impact, Trustee.
It does not impact.
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you have a follow-up question?
No.
Okay. Moving down speakers list, we have Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I can see Trustee Murphy smiling like a Cheshire cat over there whenever it comes to Milton schools. But I do have to say it's long overdue and long awaited. So congratulations to Superintendent Merrick and his staff and all of the parents and committee members who are involved in it. And it's long overdue. I know that there's still lots of challenges ahead with these builds. I'm sure it's not going to be the end of it. With the pricing and whatnot that's coming forward, it's crazy. But you know, hopefully we don't come out losers in this financially, but that it works out. So I just wanted to say, because it's probably the last time I'll get to say it, is thank you to Superintendent Merrick and the staff for this and for all the hard work in getting these moving.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. And I do not see any other hand up. So I'll just echo what Trustee Murphy said. And I want to thank the parents who were involved in this boundary review committee. And I have been involved with this too. And thank you to our staff again, once again, on behalf of residents of Milton. So with that, I shall now call the vote on the motion in front of us. Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Chua.
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanara.
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
So we have 7 in favor, none opposed, no abstentions. The motion carries. We shall now move on to the next action item, 8.3, Anti-Black Racism Strategic Plan. This is a notice of motion which was presented at the October 18th, 2022 regular board meeting. Trustee Murphy, please read the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just get to that screen. Well, but then it's only half the screen and my eyesight's not what it used to be. And I can give you a litany of excuses, but why don't we just skip it? Whereas the Halton Catholic District School Board seeks to achieve system equity for Black students and staff and the elimination of systemic and other forms of anti-Black racism. Whereas the Board of Trustees has received the staff report, which outlines the steps and financial resources required to develop a board-wide anti-Black racism strategic plan that will assist the HCDSB in responding to dismantling and addressing anti-Black racism so as to achieve a more respectful, accountable, equitable, diverse, and inclusive community. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board of Trustees direct the Director of Education to accept and adopt the framework laid out by the Korsky-Minsky report titled Anti-Black Racism Strategic Plan Staff Report, dated October 13th, 2022, to establish a steering committee to draft a 3-year strategic plan for the elimination of anti-Black racism and other forms of discrimination to be presented to the June 20th, 2023 regular board meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. The motion is in order. I shall ask for a seconder.
I'll second.
Seconded by Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Murphy, you have 5 minutes to, you can open up discussions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So over the last few years, we've worked on different strategies to address anti-Black racism and systemic racism. And the report that we received brings all of those elements together in a more strategic manner and would allow us to direct resources better and engage with community partners, which I think was missing to a lot of our other plans that we moved forward. So I think it's essential, and I think it needs to follow this format that our commitment to eliminate anti-Black racism in our board needs to follow this procedure of developing that strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. I shall now open up the floor to trustees for discussion debate. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Chua, Trustee Guzzo, and Trustee Ohan Chanoda. Trustee Chua, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, through you to Trustee Murphy. So we actually brought this back to our student senate. So we have a lot of student concerns for you to answer. One of the most main things is when you are creating these committees, will you be wanting to include Black students in our secondary and elementary sector to be a part of these, so they can help form whatever is going to happen?
Is that the only question you have? Okay.
Let's do it one by one.
Okay, Trustee Murphy.
Right. So that would be the responsibility of the steering committee, but that really is the essence of what we're trying to do, is to engage those people who are impacted and to understand their lived experience to then formulate our strategy. So I can't definitely give you an answer to that because unfortunately, I won't be on the steering committee or any other committee moving forward. But my assumption would be that is the clear intent of the report.
Thank you, Trustee Chua.
And for those committees, our student senators actually had a lot of ideas that they wanted to pass through you. And one of the main things were study initiatives in elementary schools and highlighting Black education and anti-racism education at a younger age, streamed within our content, especially in our elementary school sector, with having teacher workshops, student workshops, things like that. Do you feel like these are feasible ideas that this committee can execute?
Trustee Murphy.
Yeah, that's a great question. Student trustees always amaze me. That's the essence of what we're talking about, and the value that student trustees and student senate bring to the board is that lens. So I'm assuming, and my belief is that the steering committee will have engagement, and maybe Director Klein can give an overview on his understanding or impression of it. But yes, it would definitely, the opportunity for us is to be comprehensive, to look at everything. Let's take a step back, look at the entire system. To me, everything is on the table. There isn't any limits put on this. So we definitely, I believe elementary would be a key part of that, is starting as early as we can, right, to eliminate anti-Black racism.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. You have more questions. So I have a speakers list here. If all trustees are okay, we'll complete your one more. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, final thing. So our students highlighted the importance of highlighting Black excellence within our schools and also educating more, more than just in Black History Month, because Black excellence is 24/7 every single day throughout the whole school year. We just wanted to say that majority of our student senators, because we did put this onto a vote, voted in favor for this motion to pass, and they were really hoping for this to pass. So me and Trustee Bowie will be voting in the voice of our students. And yeah, thank you for putting this motion on the table.
Thank you for bringing it to Student Senate and getting feedback, bringing that feedback to the table. It's critical in allowing us to make informed decisions. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Chua. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Guzzo up next, and then Trustee Uvanchanada, Trustee DeRosa, Trustee O'Brien, and Trustee Guzzo, your floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my esteemed colleague, Trustee Murphy, for bringing this forward and being a voice with this. Also, thank you to the student trustees for once again reminding us why we're here and what our role really is to support our students so that they can achieve and be the best and receive the best education, the best support, with great, fantastic teachers and support staff within our schools. I will be supporting this motion. This has been work that we started now 2 years ago. We're starting to see things happen. Things need to continue to happen. Things need to evolve. You know, this is one small portion of what we need to address when it comes to anti-racism. There's many other things that we need to address and ensure that we're educating, because it starts with our kids. We can't teach them from the moment they enter our schools. How do we expect them to adapt to it and for things to change in the workforce? You know, we can all learn from our students because they don't come with the biases that sometimes we have inherently, it's just been ingrained in us from birth. And the more that we acknowledge, talk about it, and disrupt and embrace and make sure that we make the changes, the better off that we will be as a school system. So thank you. And again, thank you to student trustees. Like I said, I think Trustee Murphy said it the best. We do. We learn from you all the time, and you are such a reminder of why we're here. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Uvanchanada, you're up next.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Trustee Murphy, for bringing this forward. One of our main responsibilities as trustees is student achievement. And to me, this is a piece that we've gone out, we've invested resources and financial investment to get an audit to give us recommendations. So I think it's in the best interest of our entire school board to move forward with this. And I think as a board, when we become introspective and start looking ahead and how can we change and how can we get better, it doesn't mean we're not good right now. It just means we're looking to get better. I think that's a school board that's going to really achieve excellence. So I'll be fully supporting this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Uvanchanada. Trustee DeRosa, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I too would love to support this motion because I agree with it in principle. I agree that racism should be eliminated and every effort should be dedicated towards that. I'm struggling to understand and for some clarity a question I tried to ask at a previous board meeting, but I'm going to ask it again. Can somebody help me understand why we are excluding other minorities by this from this important issue?
Trustees. So Trustee DeRosa has asked a question, why we are eliminating others. I don't think the motion says that. If I read the motion, I'm not sure if you have read that in the motion. Trustee
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you for your thoughts on this. We could proceed and amend it to include minorities as well.
Trustee DeRosa, the floor is open. You can.
So if I'm not very good at redacting things on the fly, but what I would like to suggest is that we amend the motion to include other minorities.
So you'd like, what I'm, trustees, trustees. Trustee Rosa, the scope of this motion is strictly anti-black racism. So what you're suggesting, and Parliamentary Kapoor has pointed out to me, which I accept, it's out of the scope of this motion. So the amendment which you're suggesting does not fall within the scope of this motion. So it's not in order. So if you want to make other changes to this motion, you're more than welcome to change, but we cannot go out of the scope of this motion. Okay. Thank you.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Sure, Trustee Rosa.
Are there similar initiatives for other minorities in our schools?
We can check that. I'll go to Mrs. Jayaraman. Mrs. Jayaraman, let's check. I shall give this to Trustee Rosa.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Trustee Guzzo.
It's not germane to the motion that we're dealing with at the table.
Trustee Guzzo, I'll give this to Trustee De Rosa. We can get a simple answer and move on. Trustee.
I'd like to appeal that decision.
Okay, Trustee Guzzo is appealing the discussion. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second.
The appeal is by Trustee Guzzo, seconded by Vice Chair Agnew. There's no discussion on this. We'll take it to a recorded vote. Trustee Carabella, how do you vote?
Opposed to the appeal.
Trustee Bowie?
Opposed.
Trustee Chua?
Opposed.
Trustee Ohunchanada? Trustee Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
Opposed.
Trustee De Rosa?
I'm opposed, Mr. Chair.
So we have 4 in favor. And
Mr. Chair, I voted incorrectly. Is there any way I could change my vote?
sure,
Sorry, my vote would be in favor.
you are in favor. Okay. So we have 4 in favor, 3 opposed. So the appeal fails. Sorry, the appeal passes. So Trustee De Rosa, we move on. And the next on the speakers list is Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. To Director Klein and your staff. Director Klein.
Yes.
In the Minsky report, it says total estimated cost is between $100,000 to $150,000. Will be required to complete these steps as identified. What would that money be used for? Can you elaborate?
Director Klein.
Or one of your.
Can you repeat the question? The last part.
Directed to you or one of your staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd call upon Ms. Jayaraman to help out with this. And we'll refer to the report that was tabled a month ago. We could look at that because it was laid out fairly extensively, but I do take your point that there were monetary tags assigned to each of these. But I'll turn it over to Ms. Jayaraman.
Have the floor.
Mike, couldn't hear you.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. So as was outlined in the report that was produced by Koski Minsky, the work that they've outlined includes a number of steps, which is the establishment of a steering committee, holding town halls, focus groups, surveys, looking at the data, and reviewing an analysis of the data and policies, looking at the work of existing committees and how to align that work, researching promising practices, identification of existing resources, and the drafting of a strategic plan with measurable goals. So the and the timeline that's been indicated is an 8-month timeline from November to June. So it's the work, the cost will go towards the work of the able to do this work at 8-month period.
Brian, do you have a follow-up question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be more exact, the $100,000 to $150,000 would be used to hire people. I'm trying to get my mind around what the money is actually going to be spent on. Will it be for materials? Will it be for? Can you just elaborate, please, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So it is for the services rendered by Koski Min, for their services rendered, for the work that they will be coordinating along with the board to undertake all the steps to create the strategy.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien, you have a clarification point?
Just for clarification, so that is strictly going to Minsky.
So, Mr. Jaraman?
That is the consultancy cost.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Next on the speakers, this is Vice Chair Agnew. You have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So as someone who always considers himself an ally, I'll be fully supporting this motion, and I give kudos to Trustee Murphy for taking action on moving this forward and putting this under the purview of Director Klein to ensure that this is acted on and implemented. It's so extremely important that we start this work early and we are consistent and intentional in this work that we do with respect to anti-Black racism, whether kids are 5, 10, 13, 19, and onwards. We want to impart with them the important pieces that they need so that we can dismantle and we can name and address anti-Black racism in our schools and beyond in our communities. And so for that reason, as I said, I'll be fully supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee Bowie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I just wanted to speak, since it's come up a couple of times, as to what we see from the student perspective in regard to anti-Black racism work in particular compared to other forms of equity and inclusion work that we do. To Trustee DeRosa's point earlier, we do other work for other visible minorities and disadvantaged groups in our schools. We do a lot of LGBTQ+ inclusion work. We have committees for that. We have an Indigenous education plan that was passed last spring, as well as work for that. And we do a lot of work for these communities in particular. And what they have in common is that they are particularly vulnerable in our schools. They are disproportionately impacted by things like racism and exclusion and hate and bias motivated incidents. And that's what we see in our data and that we've seen through the report that's come forward and through community testimonies in the past. I know hearing from students, we see that Black students in particular have very different experiences in our boards than students even of other racial minorities, and they are a minority in our schools, and that's why this work is so important for us to do. I've heard firsthand from students, I've seen the effects of it in our schools, is that when we have a specific issue to target, we need to target them in a thought out and, like Trustee Agnew said, intentional way, so that we can eradicate these problems at the source, because the problems that are facing Black students in our schools are different from the problems that might be facing other minorities in our schools. So that's why the Student Senate and the student trustees wholeheartedly support this work and think that it's so important for us to move forward.
Thank you, Trustee Bowie. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor next. Your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's to what came to mind when Trustee O'Brien was asking about comments. Are we, as the board, because it's over 50,000, I think 50,000 is the limit. Will we be going through an RFP process? Will there be a regular process?
Right. I'll pass this question to Director Klein. Director Klein.
Thank you, and I'll bounce it over to Superintendent Lotz.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and to you, Trustee DeRosa, it would depend on how many opportunities there are out there as far as firms that can provide the work. We have obviously a quote here, and we'd have to look into that further once we get the approval whether to move forward or not.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Yes, go ahead.
No, that's not what the motion says right now. We'd have to look at that motion and look at broader public sector as well to make sure we're not in breach of any of them. If we decide to go with a sole source, we'd also look into that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. We have Trustee O'Brien. You have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Oldman. Mr. with us. Superintendent Oldman, do you see any overlap between what's Human Resources is doing regarding anti-Black racism and what's in the Minsky report or this motion?
Superintendent Oldman.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think since the outset, at least since I've joined Halton Catholic, I think that the report and what Koski Minsky has outlined is in direct line and in support from a human resources perspective. So in terms of overlap, I would say in alignment instead.
I'm sorry, what was the last line?
It's in alignment.
Alignment, sorry.
Alignment instead.
Alignment.
You do see overlap. It's just that you don't see overlap.
I wouldn't say that there's overlap. I think we're aligned in strategy and actions. So no, I don't think overlap.
What was the answer?
We'll get the answer again. Superintendent Oldman, can you once again state your response? I think there's been some confusion, so a couple of people speaking at the same time, so please give your response once again.
Thank you, and through you again, Mr. Chair. My response was that I think there is clear alignment in the task. There is not overlap. And I think that speaks to the priority in the task and the work that's at hand and what's proposed.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. So, trustees, I do not see any other hand up here. So I shall now hand it over to Trustee Murphy to close, and then I shall call the vote. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whenever we start talking about anti-Black racism, there's a little voice in the back of my head that kind of makes me cringe and worry. But it really, because we're all on different paths and at different points in our journey to understand others. So if we don't talk about it and we don't address it and we don't peel back the layers of our own system, we'll never move forward. And the cost of not moving forward is doing harm. So we've heard from the lived experience from students, parents, and teachers that they're being harmed by our system, whether I'm not saying it's intentional. The reality is they're being harmed. So, I had this, in my own journey, when we talked about, why does one group deserve more attention than the others? And a Black person said to me, it's very simple. Where do firemen spend their time? On all houses? Are all houses equal? Or is the house on fire? Take their efforts and their focus. So that's what this motion is. We're dealing with a house on fire. Does it mean that others are not important and don't have value? Absolutely not. If we don't understand as a leadership group the dire straits that our society is in with regards to anti-Black racism, then we've failed. So that's why it's important for us to have a strategic approach and to make sure we formulate a plan that eliminates. I truly believe in my heart there's nobody in this room that wants to cause any harm to any person, to any minority. So then it behooves us to make sure we're taking the appropriate steps to eliminate that. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. And with that, I shall call Trustee Ohan Chonara.
I'm in favor.
Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee Trustee O'Brien,
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa,
Abstain.
Trustee Carabella,
Opposed.
Trustee Bowie,
In favor.
Trustee Chua.
In favor.
So we have 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention, motion carries. Moving on to the next action item, 8.4, legal, parliamentarian, and consulting expenses. This notice of motion was
Mr.
presented.
Chair. Point of order.
Can you state your
I've
point?
just been cut off. I'm going to revert to a manual participation until this thing comes back.
Okay, that's okay.
It's not a
Okay.
muting, it's a disconnect.
That's fine. I shall just, you need some help reading the motion? Okay. Okay, trustees, I'll give you a few minutes. Trustee DeRosa, you can reset your computer. And we shall just give you a few minutes and wait. You have the motion, Trustee DeRosa? Okay, so let me first read the spiel that I have. So this is a notice of motion which was presented at the October 18th, 2022 regular board meeting. Trustee DeRosa, please read the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. My motion reads as follows. Whereas all legal, parliamentarian, and consulting costs make up a significant part of the board's expenses, and in support of the board's ongoing commitment to transparency, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees instruct the Director of Education and Secretary of the Board prepare and report by the next board meeting an itemized list of all legal, parliamentarian, and consulting expenses by date starting 2018 and detailing the amount contracted, the name of the provider, the purpose, the sponsor, and the source of approval.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. The motion is in order. Can I ask for a seconder, please?
Carabella, second.
Second by Trustee Carabella. Trustee DeRosa, you have 5 minutes to open discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Very simply, the purpose of the motion is really explained in the motion. It's really to foster transparency as a commitment to our constituents in areas where there's been a fair amount of activity. So I hope that we can all support this motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. I shall now open it up to trustees for discussion and questions. Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee DeRosa. Just a question, Trustee DeRosa. Does this include legal expenses that have not been approved?
Trustee, I shall pass the question to Trustee DeRosa.
That is not the intent in my motion.
Thank you.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair? Okay, so if we're speaking about transparency and the list of legal costs that have been incurred and other expenditures, as you've listed here, under the spirit with which you've brought forward this motion, why would non-approved legal expenses not be part of that list of items you're looking to collect information on?
Trustee DeRosa. So, trustees, if you would like to answer, that's
Yes,
fine.
of
If you do
course.
not like to answer, you have the option too. So Trustee DeRosa,
I would like to respond.
go ahead, Trustee DeRosa.
Because the items of concern are the one that go through our books and the impact of those items. If they're not approved, they're not approved.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. I do not see any other trustees' hand up. So Trustee DeRosa, you get to close. You have 3 minutes to close.
Mr. Chair, I have a hand up.
Oh, just snuck in. Okay, Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did sneak it in. Trustee, I can see what my esteemed colleague wants to bring forward here. It is an attempt at transparency. It seems like a long time to have to account for legal costs. I mean, that's our entire term you're looking at. And I know there's been reports about legal costs that have been very transparent through those 4 years. So I'm having a hard time understanding why you would want that huge chunk of time to have it brought forward. I mean, I can go back and I can tell you because it's been there. So I wonder if my esteemed colleague would be open to a friendly amendment of a shorter time period. Say, okay, I'll just ballpark it, the last 2 years, 21 and 22.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien.
2021, 2021, 22. Instead of at
The last 2 years.
The last 2 years, both are from 2018. As a friendly amendment.
Trustee DeRosa? Would you be?
Mr. Chair, I remember that there has been some reporting in the first 2 years on this. The reason why I started in 2018 is for comparative purposes. But I will accept your friend.
So this motion has been moved and seconded. We're asking for a friendly amendment. So if all the trustees are okay with that, then only we can go with the friendly amendment. So trustees okay with the last two, adding the last 2 years? So no? Vice Chair Agnew? You don't agree to that. So it has to be an amendment. It cannot be a friendly amendment.
Point of order, I get a parliamentary opinion. If it's a friendly amendment agreed by the person moving it,
No.
doesn't.
No.
Can I get a parliament?
The motion.
Mr. Chair, can I please get a parliamentary opinion on that?
Yep.
Thank you.
Parliamentarian Kapoor, what are your thoughts on this?
I agree with your ruling, Chair, that now that the motion's been stated by you, a friendly amendment requires unanimous consent of the trustees. Otherwise, it would need to be moved and seconded as any other amendment.
So
thank you, Mr. I will then move it. That the time period be reduced.
Before you move it, just another thing I want to bring to trustees' attention. This motion says next board meeting. Next board meeting is the inaugural meeting. So in your amendment, if you want to think about it, you can.
Mr. Chair, it is intended for the next board meeting.
No, next board meeting is an inaugural meeting. And you're going to have the new trustees there.
I know a lot of us are not going to be at the table, but for those who are coming into the table, the motion is quite valid as well.
Okay.
Otherwise, it'll find its way differently.
Okay, so I'm just suggesting this change to trustees. Okay, so Trustee DeRosa, there's a clause there that cannot conduct business during that inaugural meeting. So, other than banking, can we clarify this with Parliamentarian Kapoor?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Trustee DeRosa, 1 second, hold on. Let me clarify with Parliamentarian Kapoor. Parliamentarian Kapoor. 3 point.
Chair, the order of business for the inaugural meeting, which is now 3.5 of the bylaws that have just been adopted, does not include action items or staff reports. It only includes the resolution regarding banking authority. Therefore, there's no place for it in the order of business according to the bylaw.
So Trustee DeRosa, at the inaugural meeting, you can't have that, but Since an amendment is coming, I'm just wondering if you want to club that.
I would just like to make a point to the issue of the order of business. I believe in the inaugural meeting. Actually, I don't believe, I know. We did conduct business. We approved the budget for the year in our inaugural meeting. So there was business that was conducted.
So yeah, you're correct. But it said very clearly banking business, or what is that?
Banking authority.
Only banking authority that can be conducted at the inaugural meeting. And yeah, so I don't know, since the motion is being amended, I'm just wondering if you want to club it together.
I would, Mr. Chair, I would like to change it to the last 2 years and state at the next regular board meeting.
Thank you. So
that would be my amendment.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So Ms. Swindon, are you there? Would you be able to help us with making the change?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien, does it look right? Do you have it on your screen?
I think it needs to include the 21-22 school year as well.
Mr. Chair, it talks.
I got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Trustee O'Brien?
I agree with this.
Okay. So we have an amendment, trustees, which is moved by Trustee O'Brien. I'm looking for a seconder, please.
I will second.
Seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Trustee O'Brien, you get to open discussion, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not take 5 minutes. Again, I see the spirit of this motion. Transparency is always good no matter what. However, 4 years, that's the entire term, to have to account for that. I know we have had legal costs come forward many, many times. Maybe not so much over a year, but certainly I feel we have been transparent with the public on legal costs. If there's some that we missed, I feel this amendment will at least catch them, but to do it for 4 years, I think it's really just outrageous. That's how I feel about it. So I like to keep it only to 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. We have a speakers list here. Trustee Ohonchanada, you have the floor.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Lofts. So whether it's 4 years or 2 years, really my question is to you, Superintendent Lofts. One of our other main responsibilities is fiduciary. So all of these costs, are they not captured in our budget reporting that we are privy to throughout our 4-year term that we've just gone through?
Superintendent Lofts.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and to you, Trustee Ohonchanada. We actually have on our expenses on our website where we have all of our trustee expenditures, and we do have a line. It's under the general line, but we have one for legal and parliamentarian costs. So for last year, we went from 2020 to 2021, and we're just finishing up 2021, 2022. That is on our website right now, but it doesn't break it down as to what those expenditures were. It does just have a group number.
Thank you. Trustee Ohonchanada, you have a follow-up?
Thank you. Yes, I do have a clarifying. So Superintendent Love, so I've seen the website. I go and take a look from time to time. So it does have the dollar amount, but it's not broken down into categories. Is that what we're saying?
That's correct. I'm just looking at what we have right now, and it's pulled it off our website. Yeah. And it has right now, sorry, I should speaking to the mic. It has legal, and then it has parliamentarian, and it's just a general total dollar amount.
Trustee DeRosa, Trustee Ohonchanada has the floor.
Thank you for the clarification. I just, the word transparency has been rolled around many times tonight already. I mean, we're transparent to some degree. We're showing the amounts that have been spent in these certain categories.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, you'll have time to close. So I shall go to, because this year I'll stick to that. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor next.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I thought there for a second I was going local. I was I thought it was reported on, and if I'm not mistaken, I think somebody else made mention of we did have a report come back with legal fees. I believe once a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So just to clarify, like when we're talking about legal fees, is there a difference between approved legal fees and not approved legal fees? Like, what would this fall under?
Superintendent Lofts. Trustee Guzzo.
Thank you. Just a clarification then. So do we have any expenses that weren't approved that haven't been paid by chance?
Superintendent Lofts.
No sound, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Ms. Winden.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Trustee Guzzo. We do have some expenditures that I am aware of that have not been approved.
Thank you. Moving down the speaker list, we have Trustee Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Superintendent Loft. So if I read this resolution, it's all legal, which means every department, every legal expense, and every parliamentarian obviously is easy. We have one. And then consulting is all consulting, whatever that entails. So what is your understanding of the direction of this?
Superintendent Lofts.
And thank you. That's clarification. And through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee Murphy. Sorry, that's correct. That legal fees, I should clarify that point, is only the trustees' legal fees, not the board's legal fees. So that expenditure point where I'm referencing is any kind of expenditure related to trustees, and not so much trustee work, but trustee initiated. So it would go under the trustees. So it wasn't something that the board, like we have, obviously, we have other legal fees within the course of running a $450 million operation. We have legal fees. So when I quoted that we're to go look for it, I hope I didn't mislead anyone thinking that was our total legal fees, because it's not. It's only specifically relating to trustees. Back to the motion, the way it's reading right now, it does appear to be, whether it was intended or not, it appears to be worded as the board. So I think we would have some issues with some of our items that we have that will require some sensitivity. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy.
Absolutely, especially matters that relate to any in-camera topics, which we know there are a few ongoing. So that's problematic to me. So the second, I guess, is who has authority to engage legal services?
Superintendent, you take it, or Director Klein? I think,
yeah, I think. Want me to maybe start? Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, and through Trustee Murphy, maybe just speaking on the trustee level, I'll start there. As far as the department level, we'd all have our own authority. If a business type item came up, I would have authority to consult legal. As we have in the past, we've seen it with EDCs, for example, where we consult legal. So I would have that authority to consult. I think really what we do have I guess I'm not saying hierarchy, but a standard for trustee expenditures. And the chair would approve all expenditures that would come up from fellow trustees. And then anything from the chair would have to come to either myself or to the director to approve. So that's kind of the how, and that would be with legal fees as well. So any kind of fees at all would have to be approved that way. We don't really have a budget item for legal for trustees, nor do we have one for parliamentarian. It wasn't something we budgeted for initially. We've added some this year just for historical purposes, but we haven't in the past been budgeting for legal fees because to be honest, we didn't really have any before. So we've made that amendment in the budget process now, but it was something we didn't have in our budget before. So,
thank you. Trustee Murphy. Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. Vice Chair Agnew.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I have another question, and this is to Trustee DeRosa, whether he wants to answer it or not. It's entirely up to him. I'm just curious as to, so I understand the first whereas, it's fairly straightforward with respect to the reporting and the transparency and the significant expenses. What I'm challenged with a little bit is the need or the rationale behind wanting to know who asked for it, why it was asked for, the sponsor and the approval source. Again, some of the items that we just sort of touched on, there could be some sensitive information here. But if you're just looking to have that information available with respect to those expenditures and those costs, what is the, especially if we're looking to remove 2 years of the previous term with respect to these lists and negate 2018 and 2019, what's the rationale for needing to have all of that information, and why not just ask for what those costs are if you're really looking for transparency with respect to the intent behind your motion?
Trustee DeRosa, would you like to reply?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. The rationale is for a complete set of information as to why, how, and how it was approved. Because as we know, some things go through a regular approval process depending on the amount, others don't. That is not clear to me. The other thing I would clarify here, that this is not a trustee legal expense discussion. We all know that those expenses are reported. This is about all legal expenses. This is about all consulting work. This is about all parliamentarian work. With respect to the 2 years, I've accepted the friendly amendment because I understand that we got to be reasonable and we don't want to overburden the staff. So I'm perfectly happy with the amendment.
Thank you.
This is not.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa.
Let me finish.
You've answered my question.
Some time to complete my thoughts.
I thought it finished. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. So I would caution from diverting this discussion towards a trustee discussion. It's not about trustee expenses. It's about all legal expenses. It's about all consulting costs. And it's about all parliamentarian costs. It's important to know the amount. It's important to know all of the information that the motion is asking for in the interest of full transparency. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Vice Chair Agnew.
Thank you. So follow up. So if that's the case, then Trustee DeRosa, I'm going to go back to when you said a few times there the need to see all. Again, I'm challenged with the agreement of the friendly amendment, no offense, Trustee O'Brien, of why we would eliminate the first 2 years. If you're looking to have all, then all should be all. It shouldn't be relegated to, 2 particular years of the term. All is all from the beginning until now. And I think if you're really truly looking for transparency, as you're stating here with respect to your motion, I think all is all. And I would also, on that, ask staff if they have time to do this type of fulsome report in the time frame that has been asked.
Question, Superintendent Lofts.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. If it's the will of the board, it would take a little longer than our next meeting. And like we've already discussed, I don't think it can be on our next meeting. But again, it's just the will of the board. It would take time to pull these. These are all manual pulls. It's something that we'd have to go back and pull all the files, not just for one area, but for the entire board, make sure we capture it all. So it would take some time as we're not an electronic system per se. It's a more manual process.
Thank you. Trustee Carabella, your hand is up. We have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's beneficial to have things laid out clearly and in categories and have the data from that. So I would be happy to support this motion. I do have a question whether a freedom of information request would also give us this information.
Not sure who would have that information. Superintendent Lofts, would you have that information? Director Brian, not sure.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and to Trustee Carabella. there would be some limitations on what's available to be published. Our manager of privacy, Mark Richard, would be a better person on. I'm not sure if he's here or not tonight. But I would think there might be some redacting.
Is Mark? Do we want to get back to Trustee Carabella with some information after the meeting? Is that something? No?
I don't need that
Okay.
information for my vote.
Okay.
But I will pursue it.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Trustee Guzzo. You have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I just need clarification on something. There was a comment that approval processes differ. Did I hear that? Can I just ask for clarification? Because I didn't think that there was different approval processes unless it was different departments, but at the end of the day, it still goes to
Superintendent Lau.
Sorry, through Mr. Chair, through you, Trustee Guzzo. From what I'm aware of, it's how I described prior. It would be like every department would have its hierarchy for making approvals. So my department, I would have to approve my senior manager staff if they put something in for a legal expense or any kind of type of higher level expenditure. I would have to approve that. If we're talking at the trustee level, it would be how I described before. As an organization, it's pretty much every department would have a very similar reporting structure for approval structure.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so when it's differ, it's just differ in the sense of who's in charge of that.
Yeah, it would be who would be in charge.
But essentially, there's still a requirement.
For lack of a better term, a hierarchy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee DeRosa, you.
I just want to bring a point of clarification.
I'll put you in the queue. Okay.
All right.
Because you have the chance to close anyway.
Sure, not a problem.
So next up is Trustee Ohanchanada.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So I hate to belabor the point, but I'm going to, through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Laws. So now we're not talking about trustee legal fees and consulting. We're talking about overall consulting fees. So I bring it forward to all of the trustees at the table and the trustees coming into term. Would this not be better served during a budget discussion and when you're showing us the line items and then we can ask for details on specific, hey, this consulting fee, do you have details on that? Hey, the legal fees, do you have any details on that? Rather than going back, I offer it up for consideration and you know, for the sound bites out there, you know, if I vote against this, I'm not voting against transparency. I take this responsibility very seriously, but I'm just trying to do this in the most effective manner with current data moving forward to continue to move the board forward. So I just offer that up.
Thank you, Trustee Ohanchanada. So with that, I do not see any other hand up. Trustee DeRosa, you have 3 minutes to close.
Mr. Chair, I believe point of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's
Trustee O'Brien, you have a point of order.
There's an
Please
amendment.
state your point of order.
There's an amendment to the main motion.
Yes, we are talking about the amendment. Sorry, I should have clarified. We're talking about the amendment, which is moved by Trustee O'Brien, seconded by Trustee DeRosa. So Trustee O'Brien, sorry, my mistake.
Totally
Trustee
forgiven.
O'Brien, you get to close. But before that, I promised Trustee DeRosa a comment. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor to. I thought you.
Right now?
Yes.
To close?
Not to close. You asked for a comment, so I'm giving the floor.
Mr. Chair, I am probably one of the first one who takes the staff load into consideration. I do it for myself. And when I ask for information, I don't do it willy-nilly. I can tell you that, you know, we do benefit from the new accounting system that has wonderful information capabilities and extraction of reports. I would venture to say that the extraction of this information is much easier today than it would have been before we converted over to a new system. So I just put that forward. With respect to this being part of a budgetary process, sure, it could be part of a budgetary process, but it could also be a separate request, like it can be on any other item on the balance sheet or on the income statement. So if there's something that is not attracting, but if there is something that is of interest, either to us, any of us, or the public, then that issue could be brought forward and that request could be brought forward separately. So the legitimacy of bringing this motion forward is unlike other motions and other requests that have been made specific to specific topics. So if there's an issue with time, I am very conscious about allowing for sufficient time.
Trustee DeRosa, I think it sounds like a closing thing.
I think I'm probably diverting it.
You'll get a chance when we go to the main motion.
All right.
Okay. So with that, I shall call the vote. We are voting on the amendment to the
Mr.
motion.
Chair, I just want to briefly close.
Yeah, I'm
amendment.
coming to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So the motion moved by Trustee O'Brien, seconded by Trustee DeRosa, and Trustee O'Brien, you get to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank this great discussion. You've brought out a lot of good points. And thank you, my esteemed colleague, Trustee Guzzo, for reminding me that there was a critical report about 2 years ago about legal fees. That's the one I was trying to think of. I thought it was comprehensive and transparent enough. I don't think there's any need to go back further than that. And in line with what Trustee Agnew said, I think this is a taxing motion on staff, and they're taxed enough. That's one of the reasons I wanted to keep it just a 2-year period. We don't need any more than that. And with that, Mr. Chair, please take the vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. With that, I shall call the vote. The motion is in front of us by Trustee O'Brien, seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Guzzo, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
Opposed.
Trustee Chua?
Opposed.
Trustee Uhanchanada?
Opposed.
So we have 3 in favor, 4 opposed. The amendment fails. So we shall now go back to the main motion. And yes. Yes, I do not see any hands up, so I shall hand the floor over to you for closing discussions. Trustee.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You brought up an excellent point about the inaugural meeting. As it stands now, this motion is out of order because it can't even be done. So I think, I don't know how to handle that parliamentarian wise.
Yes. Let me check with Parliamentary Kapoor. So Parliamentary Kapoor, this motion cannot be executed the way it is. So how do we proceed with this?
You have a couple of options, Chair. One would be to see if there is unanimous consent to change next to December 6th, 2022, which would be the next regular board meeting, to allow it to proceed.
Let me check with trustees. Trustees, are you okay to change that to the December, which one? December 6th? Okay, now I'm just looking for unanimous consent. Everybody looks okay. So by unanimous consent, we shall change the date to December 6th. December 6th. Yes, 2022. Okay, so with that, Trustee DeRosa, I shall hand it to you for closing. And you have 3 minutes to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't take that long. I've said what I have to say primarily. I think let's just keep one thing in mind. I hope my fellow trustees can support it. Keep in mind that this is not about trustee expenses. It's about total expenses in those categories, and it's about full disclosure. It is an item of interest because I think it is of material consequences. And I think as trustees, as a board, as well for the public, has the right to know. Thank you very much. I hope you'll support it.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. With that, I shall call the vote. Vice Chair Agnew.
the date, we agreed to the date?
Yes.
No problem? Okay, so we're voting on the motion?
Yeah, so the motion has been moved by Trustee DeRosa, seconded by Trustee Carabella. The date has been changed by friendly
Perfect.
amendment and it's in front of us.
Thank you,
So
Mr. Chair.
how do you vote? Vice
I'm opposed.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
Favor?
Trustee Bowie?
Favor.
Trustee Chua?
Opposed.
Trustee Uhanchanara?
Opposed.
Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
So we have 3 in favor, 4 opposed. The motion fails. We shall now move on to the next order of business, which is staff reports. Item 9.1, proposed 2023 facility renewal project. Superintendent Merrick, please present the highlights of your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, we present the proposed 2023 renewal projects. And as mentioned in the title, these are projects that would be completed during the summer of 2023. So looking ahead to next summer. In the report, the projects kind of fall into 3 different categories of renewal. And maybe if you want to scroll down to the appendix, there's a chart in the appendix. That's probably the best spot to look at in the report here. But like I mentioned, the projects kind of fall into 3 categories here. We have a turf and track replacement category, looking to replace the track surface at Bishop Redding Catholic Secondary School, turf and track replacement at Christ the King in Georgetown, and then turf replacement at St. Francis Xavier in Milton. And that would be in partnership with the town, since we operate the air-supported sports dome there with the town. And part of our agreement is that we split the costs for turf replacement there. So that's why you see the number there being a little bit reduced on the turf replacement for St. FX. The second category of projects we have on here is the roof replacement ones. You see that with Guardian Angels and Sacred Heart of Jesus there. And then we also have some renewal projects. And they also have roof replacements with them as well, but at St. Paul's and St. Raphael's in Burlington. So the combined estimate for those projects tallies up to $8.125 million. And that includes the contingencies and the professional fees to design those projects. And those projects would be funded through our available capital resources in the capital reserve, where we have an approximate balance right now of about $15.9 million available. So there will be motions brought forward to the next board, or the next regular board meeting, I guess. But here tonight for questions from trustees, if they have any.
Through you to Superintendent Merrick. When we're looking at when you mentioned a few times about their lifespan is past. I'm assuming with roof replacements, mechanical systems, we have to be preventative. We don't want failure. So that, I think, is pretty straightforward. When we talk about turf replacement and track replacement, is there an evaluation process that we go through, even though we know they're getting to the end of their lifespan? Do we evaluate and say, okay, we can get another year, another 2 years, another 3 years out of it? Do you go through that process?
Superintendent Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, we hire a consultant to have a look at our fields, particularly the ones that are getting up in age, near kind of the 8+ years of age. We also look at our permits that we book on our fields as well, recognizing that certain fields get a lot more use than others. Ones with field lights get a lot more use than ones without field lights. I can say that, particularly the ones in Milton, Bishop Redding, which doesn't have a cover on it, and then St. FX that does have a cover on it. They are 2 of our more used fields, and as such, they see wear a lot more than some of our other fields do. But we do an assessment when they get to an appropriate age.
Dean Murphy, do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vice Chair Agnew. You have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Merrick, I just actually I was pleased to see St. Paul's and St. Rafe's on here. I'm really excited to see some of the work that is being proposed. Those schools are desperately in need of some attention and some love, and so I'm really excited to see that those two schools are here and the work that is being proposed to be done. So I look forward to seeing that when it comes to the board for approval. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. And I want to just echo what Trustee just said about St. Paul's and St. Rayfield's. Long overdue. Can't wait to see what it looks like. It's in my neighborhood. Question through Mr. Chair to Superintendent Merrick. You're dipping into the reserves, and I'm trying to think of the past. Was that always common practice for these upgrades to dip into reserve?
Superintendent Merrick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. We always use that same wording, which is the available capital sources and the capital reserve. I think we've been through it a few times here at the board table. We have various pots of capital funding available to the board for use on renewal projects. Each of those pots of money has different strings tied to it as to how that money can be spent. Some of it must be spent on critical building components. Others can be spent on other things like tracks or track replacements or turf fields. So we always try and use the most restrictive funding source and spend those funding sources first, and then keeping the least restrictive ones for other sources. So we do the math to make sure that we have enough capital available to fund these projects, and we do. But we kind of keep our options open as to how we, what bucket of funding we will spend on it, because we try and spend the most restrictive funding sources first to give ourselves the most flexibility in the future.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Next up is Trustee O'Hunchanada. Trustee O'Hunchanada.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Merrick. Just curiosity, over the past 2 or 3 years, we all know all the costs have increased and escalated to a huge degree. So let's take Christ the King, obviously, as an example, that $1 million price tag. Not to put you on the spot, 2 or 3 years ago, what would that have cost us?
Superintendent Merrick.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We've probably seen in the last, 2 or 3 years, a 10 to 15% escalation each year. So it's gone up quite a bit. Yeah, so you're looking at, probably 25 to 30% escalation on those prices. Now, I mean, we still go to competitive tender, so there's always the opportunity that we get good pricing on things. It's a competitive process. It varies a lot with, the availability of trades to complete the work, as well as, how full their schedules are and how hungry they are for that work. So there's always the opportunity that we see pricing, plateau or go down. But over the last few years, it's been, pretty hefty increases on an annual basis.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. Trustee O'Hunchanada, you have a follow-up?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, to Superintendent Merrick. And remember, I'm the inevitable optimist. So once this passes, or hopefully this passes, what's the timeline of these? Will they be done in the summer? So the summer of, what's that, 2023?
Superintendent Merrick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. The plan is for summer 2023. There may be opportunity with some of the ones like the turf replacements, kind of as spring sports finish up, which could be, early or mid-June. We can start those a little bit early because they are, things that are outside are weather dependent, and we want to have everything ready by, by Labor Day weekend in the fall. But for the most part, things will happen next summer if approved.
Thank you, Trustee O'Hunchanada. Thank you, Superintendent Merrick, for presenting your report. I see no other hands up. We move on to the next order of business, which is information items. 10.1, student trustee updates. Student trustees, please present your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I will be presenting our achieving section for tonight. So to begin, we had our second General Senate meeting on October 27th. Some of the discussions that we had were surrounding student mental health, land acknowledgement, student Senate retreats, which we're very excited about, and school cash online, among other topics that students wanted to talk about. As well, this is our big committee meeting where we choose our committees for the year. which is a very important meeting. Each senator, as we went over last year, must join one committee and only one committee. So they pick one based on the issues that they're passionate about, and that's the avenue in which they pursue initiatives throughout the school year, throughout the structure of Senate. So we have 6 standing committees as per the Student Senate Constitution, which include student well-being, equity and inclusion, environmental stewardship, Catholic faith and action, student achievement and leadership, and special education. As well, we ran our chair elections during the meeting. So we had chairs selected for each committee, which are student senators who are passionate about that field of study. So we have Andrew Walker and Nabiha Berhi for student well-being, Morgan Manalo and Kyler McGinty for equity and inclusion, Alex Ambrosio and Kaylee Duar for environmental stewardship, Michael Youssef and Dia Deepu for Catholic Faith in Action, Ty Lee, Faris Kaber, and Trinley Wangmo for student achievement leadership, and Lauren McGuire, Santiago Lopez Carrion, and Suhani Suryan for special education. We do have some returning subcommittee chairs who served in the role last year, which is very exciting for us. And we're also working on creating 2 additional ad hoc committees for this school year, including constitutional reform and Indigenous education. As well, this is a hefty report as we also went to FGM with Osta ACO. Last weekend, we had presentations and question and answer periods with Minister Stephen Lecce, representatives of OPIA, which is the Physical Health Education Association, SMHO, School Mental Health Ontario, and former student trustees. We were able to hear firsthand how these organizations work and advocate for students, and heard their perspective on many topical issues brought up by student trustees in the Q&A sessions. We participated in sessions regarding social media and communication, amplifying student voice, seeking out diverse perspectives, board finances and governance, education legislation, and boardroom etiquette, among others. As always, the most valuable part of the conference was the opportunity to meet student trustees from across the province. Some of the most interesting conversations we had were with student trustees from very different boards, facing both different and similar challenges to us. We treasured the ability to learn from other student trustees, discuss common priorities, and share best practices.
Amazing, and I'll be covering the Believing and Belonging section for tonight. So at our last General Student Senate meeting, all of our student senators were finally commissioned in last Thursday in a wonderful ceremony led by our very own chaplain, Ms. Taylor. It was absolutely beautiful and it was amazing. Additionally, student senators will be volunteering to help with the Halton Catholic Children's Foundation's Bishop Dinner. Just to shout out, if any of you have any volunteer opportunities that you want your senators to get a part of, I know they absolutely would love to help. I know our chair actually reached out to me. We had a whopping 15 student senators who wanted to help out, but he only unfortunately could take 4. So I had to break a lot of people's hearts, as you, Mr. Chair, but that's on the table. If any of you have any volunteer opportunities, our senators would love to participate in them. And since our last meeting, Trustees Bowie, Kuzma, and Chua, myself, had the opportunity to represent our board at the Osta ACO Fall General Meeting. We were able to speak with other Catholic trustees from across the province, and we used our time to share our unique Catholic perspectives in our board, with Trustees Bowie, Kuzma, and myself being the Vice President, Western Representative, and Faith Ambassadors for the Catholic Board Cabinet of Osta ACO. We played an integral role in setting up this dialogue as we organized regional breakouts for all Catholic trustees to have faith-based discussions regarding issues within our own boards. In addition to this, we had breakout sessions with the OCSCA Director, Pat Daly, where we spoke about the importance of Catholic education and Catholic identity in our schools in Ontario. And as members of the Catholic Board Council for Osta ACO, we had a great opportunity at the Fall General Meeting to participate in the student trustee food drive to attend Sunday Mass at St. Michael's Basilica. The food drive actually raised over 120 donations. That was a very proud moment for us, for the Catholic Board Council. And I am proud to say the Catholic Board Council did dominate the Public Board Council. We did actually win because it was kind of a competition between us. And under belonging, concurrently with our student senate meeting, select senators from each secondary school participated in a focus group with Ms. Juryman and the Strategic Communications team regarding the promotional hate or bias motivated incidents reporting tool. We had fruitful discussions, and our senators loved being a part of this opportunity to get involved in our board.
Thank you, student trustees. And I'll open up the floor to trustees for questions. We have Trustee Guzzo. You have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. This is my last time actually getting to listen to a student report. So thank you always for sharing the work you do. It's amazing, and it's so amazing. So I have to say thank you for leading. Thank you for questioning. Thank you for accepting. Thank you for advocating. Thank you for being the future who will make this world a better place. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for teaching me every time I sit at this table with you, and reminding me, I think I said this already, but I'm gonna say it again, and reminding me why I ran and why I sat here at this table. I wish you all the best of luck the rest of the year. I will miss you dearly, but hopefully I'll still get to watch. And so thank you for your reports as always.
Thank you. I do not see any trustees' hands up. So, student trustee, I will. I see Trustee Murphy. You put your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you. I also want to thank student trustees. Always a pleasure. It always amazes me that you're wise beyond your years. You know, it makes me want to think of that great show Kung Fu, when the teacher becomes the student, right? So you guys are great. Really appreciate what you bring to every meeting and the voice to our students. So thank you very much.
De Rosa, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Your words. Thank you very much for being here. I think you've contributed and your input into this process is a lot more valuable than what you think. I hope we've shown you good examples most of the time, and please don't follow the bad ones. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. We will be around, I guess. We will continue to hear your reports in future. So thank you for presenting this update. Item 10.2, school drinking water lead content test results. Superintendent Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, we have the results of the drinking water testing program for our board. So as trustees will know, the province requires that drinking water points in all of our schools be tested for lead content. Happy to report that we have great results at all of our Halton Catholic schools. We had no exceedances for the second year in a row at all of our drinking water testing points. And as such, all of Halton Catholic schools qualify for weekly flushing only. So we get away from the daily flushing that many boards have to do and many schools across the province have to do. Not only saves us a lot of time in the mornings, but also saves us on a lot of water and water consumption in our buildings. So great to see that we have very good or very low or no lead levels in our schools, and great drinking water quality in our schools. So happy to take any questions that trustees have on the drinking water test results report.
You have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. Much appreciated. It's always an interesting report when this one comes back. It always raises a lot of questions when parents go, lead, what do you mean? What do you mean? What's going on? So are there any of our schools where, like, are we always going to have to do the weekly flushes? Is that just going to be standard? But we're thankful, right, that obviously we don't have, like, as you said, we don't have any schools that require it daily, but I guess the weekly will always happen.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The weekly flushing is a requirement of the province, so we have to do that regardless. Many of our schools now, because they've had so many years of testing zero, we actually are able to test many less points in our school, but we still have to test a certain number of points in each school based on the reg, and we still have to do the weekly flushing at all of our schools, and that that will never go away. So yeah, it's part of the reg, and we have to do it.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Do you have a follow-up? Thank you, Trustee Guzzo, and thank you, Superintendent Merrick. We have no further questions, so we shall move on to the next item, which is 10.3, Report regions to watch, but trustees, give me a second here. I'm looking at order of business information items. It says verbal or written reports to the board that promote student success and other issues of general nature. So we just have this title here. So do we have a report which you're talking about, or 10.3 report regions to watch? What are we talking about?
I'll address it if
Okay.
you hand me over the mic.
I'm
Mr. Chair.
handing you over the floor because you brought it up.
Okay, well, I know, but you added something that I didn't understand, so I apologize about that. But so I just wasn't sure. So I know that there was a letter sent on October 26th to Minister Lecce from Halton, from Parents of Black Children, and our board was copied on it. And I just wondered why it hasn't been shared. It's a report that says a region to watch for, and it's Halton Region Parents of Black Children Town Hall Report. It names our board specifically. It actually names some of our schools specifically in it. And it was sent to our board on October 26th. And I'm just curious as why it hasn't been shared with everybody.
Director Klein, pass this to you.
On here. It was shared, I don't think it was shared with me directly. It was shared to one of our senior team had seen it, and it was sent to me. So we didn't think at this point, we're still in the process of even looking at it. I know there was some things that I saw within it that are not, that are inaccurate. And so at that point, we haven't even had a chance to really fully digest it.
Right, follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Trustee Guzzo.
It actually did go to the director. This director at each CDSB, and it went to the director at each DSB as well. And regardless if there's inaccuracies or not about it, it's a document that came to our board that names our board, it names some of our schools, and I'm wondering why it hasn't been shared. And that's the question. Whether the contents of it are 100% accurate or not, we know that there was a town hall that was held in, I think it was in Milton, and our students and student family members were invited to it. So we knew that there was something going to come of this. This is what's come. It's a report that has been sent to Minister Lecce. We were CC'd on it. And when I say we, I say that loosely, but it came to director. So it didn't go to any other staff member. So I just want to know why, regardless of if there's inaccuracies or not, and unpacking it, that's something that should have been shared.
So Director Klein, is that report, can that report be shared with trustees?
We could look at it and share it, yeah.
So Trustee Guzzo, Director Klein says that the report will be shared.
Yeah, thank you. I just think it's really important that when those things, especially things like that are going to be made public and it have to be shared with the board, especially when it's naming us. It's naming our schools and it's talking about, and it's specifically saying it's a region to watch out for. So if we're a region to watch out for, then we should be aware of it so that we can make sure that if there's anything that we can do to change, and we can't dismiss some of the lived experiences that are stated. And I hope that's not what was implied when there's inaccuracies in this report, because I don't think any of us can dismiss that. But this is something that's important that needs to be shared.
Thank you. Trustee Guzzo, that report will be shared by the Director's Office. And we move on to the next item, 10.4, which is staff census. Again, I'm going to pass it on to Trustee Guzzo.
Thank you. So, so this goes back to the meeting of December 7th, 2021. There was a board motion that was passed, and one of it was that there was a workforce census. We were told at the beginning of September that it just needed to be collated. I had requested that it be shared with the board because it was a board motion. I'm wondering why it still hasn't been shared yet.
Director Klein.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was shared with the trustees, or certainly was shared with you, Trustee Guzzo, and we have not had a chance to take a look at the data yet in terms of our team, particularly our researcher. We're meeting.
Trustees, I'd like Director Klein to finish. Director Klein.
So we're meeting later this month to take a look at that data so we could try and glean what we can learn from it.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Trustee Guzzo.
So when Superintendent Kroll was acting director, the question was asked to him at the very first meeting. And at that point, the information has already, it needed to just be collated, and that was at the beginning of September. So my understanding is that the data was received. It was almost complete at that point. So I'm not sure why it's taking almost 2 months to be unpacked, particularly that this is a board motion. So like, I can see if it wasn't a board motion and it was something that was dealt with, but it doesn't need to be unpacked to be reported back.
Director Klein.
Well, with all due respect, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, we do want to have our team together so we could take a look at the data, so we could have an initial understanding of what it is saying to us, what the gaps are, what the I guess the bright parts of it are as well, so we could formulate and help structure a good discussion around it.
Thank you, Director Klein. Vice Chair Agnew. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Just a quick question. Is Dr. Collymore on tonight? Would she be able to speak to it?
Dr. Collymore, are you there?
Good evening, I am.
Could Vice Chair Agnew, you would like Dr.
Well, there was a reference made to research, and that's Dr. Collymore's area. And so I was just curious if you could provide any more
yeah, so Vice Chair Agnew, I'm going to pass this on to Director Klein. It's his staff, and Director Klein will respond.
Well, as I said earlier, Dr. Collymore and some of the others on the team and I will be meeting in a week to take a look at this information. There was no intent to have that done tonight.
Thank you. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, to Director Klein. Knowing that this census is voluntary, can you give us any indication of what percentage of staff did participate?
Director Klein.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I would defer right now to Dr. Collymore for that response in terms of the overall percent.
So I'll just be a little cautious here, trustees. I don't want to get into a big discussion. This is an item which is added as a report. I'd like to stay very focused on that. So
Just
the number.
Yes.
It's not down as an information item,
right,
which means a discussion can ensue. So you can't censor trustees from asking questions.
Information report is a verbal or written report to the board that promotes student success and other issues of a general nature. So trustees, we have just heard from Director Klein that the report is not presented as yet, it's being looked at. So we are just discussing something which is not really presented to the board. So what are we discussing about? We really are not focused.
This isn't a report, Mr. Chair.
So let me get Parliamentarian Kapoor's take on this. Parliamentarian Kapoor. Trustees, as I mentioned, this item should have been actually brought up under information's business arising from previous meeting. At that point in time, could have got more questions. Director Klein has correctly responded that he's looking at the report and will be brought to trustees at some point in time. So I'd really like to limit our discussion on something that we do not have. We don't have the report in hand. So Director Klein has said what he had to say, and that's not changing.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair?
Can you state a point of privilege?
Yeah, my point of privilege is if that was where it should have gone during the agenda approval, why wasn't it brought forward then? And we're now talking about it now. So basically what I'm hearing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is so we're not going to have a discussion about it because it wasn't put on the right spot at the agenda, that you stated it would go and that it was properly to go under information item?
So Trustee Guzzo, first of all, when we added this item to the agenda, I don't know if trustees had enough information at that point in time. We added as an item.
It doesn't matter,
So
two-thirds
the
voted.
thing, yes, I agree. But now we are discussing something which we do not have any information. Trustees are not, did not have the information to make a good informed decision. So I don't know, we are just talking about something here where we do not have information.
What decision are we
Director-
making, Mr. Chair?
Director Klein has clearly stated that a report is not ready. And their staff is still looking at it.
Mr. Chair, what are we making? What decisions are we making? We're having a conversation.
Yeah, but
So that was the
conversation based-
question. So Trustee O'Brien had a question.
Yeah.
He asked for it. It was going to be put over to Dr. Collingmore to respond by Director Klein. Why are you stopping that conversation? Again, if it was supposed to be in a different spot on the agenda, it should have been discussed at the onset when we added it to the agenda.
Correct.
So at this point, I don't understand why we're censoring this.
You have, there's no censor at all. At the point in time when the agenda was approved, Trustee Guzzo, at that point in time, the information was not passed on to trustees, what the content of the discussion would have been.
Correct. That's why it requires two-thirds votes, which we received two-thirds votes to have a discussion about it. So we're having a discussion about it. So Trustee O'Brien had a question and it should be answered.
So again,
It's not a
okay,
report.
I'm going to pass this on to Director Klein, and Director Klein has already given his response. Director Klein.
Through you, Mr. Chair. My concern is that we've asked for a report. We've said that we would have a report by December, which was, I think, originally what was in the notice of motion. We would do that. We've been asked for the report. We don't have that right now. We're meeting in a week to again, as I said, glean the relevant and salient information that comes from that. The question is to bring in our research to begin a series, or one of possibly a series of questions on that. So I'm wondering if that is in itself the meeting that I'm going to be having in a week, but just here amongst us. So that's my one concern.
I do have the motion here, Mr. Chair. Yeah. The Director Klein mentioned something about December. It's not, there's nothing about December for report. This is a motion that was passed at the December 7th meeting, almost a year ago, 11 months ago. And one of the items was to conduct a workforce census, which we know was completed back in the spring. It is now November, and we still don't have that information was supposed to be brought back to the board. I asked a week ago for that information, and the response back was, like you said, you have to unpack it with staff first. And my response was, I look forward to seeing it on the agenda because it was a board motion. So, that communication was sent to you, yourself, the chair, and the vice chair.
So Trustee Guzzo, is there a date on that motion then?
Yeah, no, there's no date. It's December 7th is when it was passed. And we know that it was supposed to be done immediately. And that's why the staff census was done in the spring.
So we are here right now. Director Klein has answered the question. The answer does not change. So Director Klein, can you assure trustees when that report would be dissected and digested and given to the trustees?
I think it's safe to say we could have a report by the end of November.
Trustees, are we okay with that? End of November. Okay, thank you. Trustee Carabella, you have your hand up. We have 1 minute more and we have housekeeping to do. We shall take care of that business first. So trustees, we need to move to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. It's 10:59. So may I ask for a mover?
Murphy.
Moved by Trustee Murphy.
O'Brien.
Trustee O'Brien seconds it. Trustee O'Hunchanada.
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo. Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Chua.
In favor.
And Trustee Duarte is in favor. The motion carries. We shall move on. We shall continue till 11:30. Trustee Carabella, you had your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess what I wanted to add to that was one of the questions that I brought up about the bylaws, is that having a discussion item section versus an information item section, that it could be helpful to distinguish the situation like happened today, and having that opportunity for the trustee to explain what the discussion item was, that would also be helpful to the trustees making their voting decision.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. Can I request the business arising from previous meeting, that motion be elected as end of November in period of completion in the chart? Just so that it's recorded. Oh, it's not there? Oh. So we'll wait for the report till end of November. Trustees, okay, thank you. So we have completed item 10.4. 10.5 is the notice of motion. Trustee Owen Chinada, please read the motion.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, and again, a vessel for Trustee Chua. I'll read the motion. Rosie, you can put it on the screen. If not, I've got it on my computer here. So, notice of motion, reimagining our land acknowledgement. Whereas the Halton Catholic District School Board acknowledges the significant contributions of Indigenous communities and the importance of embedding First Nation, Métis, and Inuit history, culture, and perspectives. Whereas achieving Section 2.2 within the Halton Catholic District School Board multi-year strategic plan states to engage students in authentic, personalized, and relevant inquiry thinking. Whereas we say the land acknowledgement to acknowledge our colonialized land and honor and respect the Indigenous people that resided on this land before us. Whereas it should be endeavored to continue to support and increase meaningful land acknowledgement. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board instruct the Director of Education to provide specific training for trustees, senior administration staff, and chaplaincy leaders that will teach and scaffold the creation of personalized land acknowledgement. This training should be completed no later than January 31st, 2023. Be it further resolved, once the above training has been completed, that trustees and senior administration staff will take rotating turns to present the land acknowledgement at the beginning of our board meetings. This would mirror the same way that the prayer at the end of the meetings are rotated through individuals. Chaplaincy leaders will also be able to support the personalization of land acknowledgements at the school level. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Owen Chinada, and thank you, Trustee Chua, for the notice of motion. Our next order of business is miscellaneous information. We have 11.1 minutes of the September 12th, 2022 CPIC meeting. Our next order of business is the correspondence. We have 12.1 ministry memos, 12.2 the Senator Torino, and 12.3 M. Lorenco. Moving on to our next order of business, which is open question period. Do we have any questions submitted for open question period?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we do.
Can I see the questions, Director Klein?
Sure. All right, I've got too many things open.
Good printer.
What's on there? Do you want to read them or?
Yeah.
These are the new ones.
Okay, trustees, we have a total of 7 questions here, 4 questions from one questioner and 3 questions from another. So we have 2 minutes for each questioner. I will read the question and Director Klein will respond. So I will read the question, the first questioner. What was the rationale, that is the reasoning for budgeting an additional human rights officer in addition to the 3 + 1 administrative position already required by motion number 119/22 Expansion of Human Rights and Equity Department. Director Klein, do you have a response?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the response that we can provide right now is that the role of the Human Resources Equity Officer is separate from the motion, and it followed the budget process as indicated on page 3 of the June 21st, 2022 board report, item 8.2, 2022-23 budget estimates final.
Thank you. Next question is, what was the cost of the safe space, signage, and other LGBTQ stroke pride stroke rainbow related items that were provided to schools and by schools following motion number 117/21, supporting our diverse school community? Director Klein.
We don't have the numbers for that currently available.
Thank you. Rosie, let's go to the third question. We'll give this the benefit of doubt. The third question here is the board bylaw states under the agenda item correspondence that correspondence requiring the collective decision of the board and which has yet to be decided by the board shall be tabled for board consideration and direction. The board shall provide direction as to how either the chair or secretary of the board shall respond. As such, why does the board never discuss the correspondence and instead the chair refers to it as information received? Director Klein, would you have any response to this?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have an answer to that right now. I don't know if that's something that would be from parliamentarian. I think it has been practice of this board, so that might be something to note, that we as a board receive information, receive it as information, but I'm not sure if there's a ruling on that.
Thank you. And we have another question. I think we have crossed our time limit of 2 minutes on that one. That will be responded by the director's office. Trustees will get a copy of the response. It will be in the package. We shall now move on to the next questioner. So it's 2 minutes per questioner, Rosie. So we have already crossed our time limit on that. So it's 2 minutes per questioner. Here, the question is, can you explain what is meant by vacation payout per agreement on the 2018 to 2020 public sector salary disclosure report found on the executive compensation page of the board website?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what this alludes to is the unused vacation days being used as payout for senior staff.
Thank you. Next question, was there any objective third party involved in the recent code of conduct investigation against Trustee Carabella and Yantomasi?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the answer to that is not one where we're evading anything, but thought would be this be a question for trustees. Chair, as the code of conduct investigations are undertaken by trustees, not the director.
Thank you. I will add to that that the code of conduct trust policy, I don't remember the policy number offhand, but that policy is very clear about the rules, regulations, and how to go about the code of conduct policy. Those guidelines were strictly followed. Then the final question here is, how were some stakeholders advised of the change in process to the open question period prior to the October 18th board meeting, while others were not? I can answer that question, Director.
Okay.
So the answer is very simple. The objective of the open question period is for ratepayers to come in and ask their questions. The pre-COVID days, before we went online, there was a little piece of paper at the back of the room, and there was a pencil and paper. Each person writing the question had to put their name, address, phone number, and that slip of paper would be passed to the secretary who would then pass it to the director. And in case the questions are not answered, they would be responded to. So since we went away from COVID, we went away from being in person. We had some flexibility in getting the emails, the questions through emails. At a couple of meetings, we have seen the volume of questions come during open question period. We never had such a volume of questions. And so in order to have a proper board meeting and to make sense, to implement the bylaws, we have decided to actually go back into the way the bylaws are written. So that's my explanation I could give. It's not because of someone trying to, someone has asked the question. I give credit where credit is due. We have the bylaws which are written to be followed. We had some flexibility due to COVID. We're coming back to our bylaws, and that's about it. Thank you for those questions. Moving on to the next order of business, which is in-camera item. We do not have to go in camera. Resolution regarding absentees. We do not have any absentees, any trustees who are absent. We have everyone present today. Oh, we have student trustee Kuzma, who's absent. May I have a motion to excuse student trustee Kuzma, moved by trustee DeRosa, seconded by trustee Ohan Janata. All in favor? Anybody opposed? And we move to the last order of business, which is adjournment and closing prayer. But before that, I'd like to use this segment for farewell remarks. So trustees, we will now have an opportunity to say a farewell remarks. If you would like to, there's no obligation. I will request you to keep it to 2 minutes. If you need it to be timed, we'll time that. But trustees, feel free to put your hands up, and I'll pass the floor on to you. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hope I'm not the only one. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to speak. As you know, I came in on the board in 2018 with most of the rest of you. I can honestly say that serving on this board has been one of the most challenging things I've ever done. Putting together 9 people with such strong convictions and asking them to agree on something is itself a recipe for conflict and discord. And many times that is exactly what happened. Yet it is in circumstances like these one finds opportunity to grow and see things in a different way. After these 4 years, I see things in a different way. Those who have disagreed with me the most have forced me to look at what it means to be distinctly Catholic. I leave this room changed. I thought I had all the answers coming in here, and leaving here, I can honestly say I don't, which I think is a good thing. So I want to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to change. That is a rare gift. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Vice Chair Agnew.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So there we are then, the end of another term. The last 4 years have been an unexpected mix of pride, accomplishment, disappointment, and oftentimes dismay. This evening is bittersweet as we say goodbye to some of our fellow trustees, alongside who it has been a pleasure to serve. I believe that the majority of us came into this term with the best of intentions, with the pure agenda of wanting to help students, and as we all focused on ways to create safer, stronger, and more robust learning environments, where we would see our children thrive in an academic, social, emotional, and faithful way, with an unbaked cake, as Trustee O'Hearns Renata would say. I think we also came in looking for a spirit of collaboration, honest debate, and respect for each other. It saddens me that this was not always the case, and that much of the good work that has been done at our board has sometimes been clouded by negative actions, behaviors, and comments. I am, however, very proud of much of what has transpired during this last term, and I'm truly hopeful that we do not lose some of the incredible gains that have been made, and that we continue to benefit from the impact of the implementation of many initiatives that have come out of the motions at this table. For those of us who have dedicated the last 4 years to doing the right things for the right reasons and who have put students and staff first, thank you for always being an ally. Thank you for staying strong through a pandemic and everything that brought with it, as we navigated decisions and challenges that no trustees before us had. Thank you for your commitment and for your hard work and for your unwavering dedication. And most importantly, thank you to those trustees for your bravery in stepping up and being a voice for those in our school communities who are often voiceless. To the trustees who will be coming back for another term, And to the new trustees, congratulations and good luck. I will enter the new term with hope and faith and optimism that we can come together, work together, earn and keep respect for one another, and continue to put the students first always in the decisions that we make. And for those not returning, I wish you all of the very best in whatever the future holds for you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee Guzzo.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to be real quick because I still get to chair policy next week. So I'm sad to be leaving. I'm sad to not be able to continue the work. However, that doesn't mean work doesn't continue outside and being part of the system. I'm sad that it's ending on a note where we have contention with one of our biggest employee groups and our backbones. But I have to say, it has been so amazing to watch the staff and to see how they interact with our children, our students. I have a great newfound respect, particularly for certain groups of our staff, to our students. And I said it already, I can't thank you so much for teaching me every day. And even the students in the schools and the playgrounds, when we see them at council meetings, at dance-a-thons and school events, it's been an honor to have been able to partake with it. We have some pretty amazing staff that work hand in hand with our students. And one of the things I realized is it doesn't matter how much we talk about here at the board, we really can never put into words what they do and how they are with our students. Because they really are the ones who are molding our children. And I thank them. And I thank the people that I'm sitting here around the table. But like I said, I will save that for policy. And good luck to our incoming trustees. All the best. Be prepared. It's 11:15. It's about right. And have a great night.
Thank you, Trustee Ohanchanara. Oh, sorry, Trustee DeRosa had put his hand. Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief. I have not prepared.
Do you want a timer?
Pardon me? Let's end this on a reasonable note. First of all, welcome and good luck to the new faces around the table. I would just offer up a piece of advice or a piece of wisdom if I can. I'm not the wisest individual, but in the work that you do, remember one thing, is that we have the capability of shaping our next generation and shaping minds. So we have an obligation to the parents, remembering that at the end of the day, it's the parents who are responsible for their kids. We owe them the utmost accountability in every respect, and we owe them the utmost referral in anything that we do or develop. I like to think that we've come through that process, but I also fear that sometimes, out of no intention, we may have missed along those lines. My experience, my personal experience for the last 4 years has also been unique because I come from a corporate environment, but never really affecting young minds as this position does. So, and that's also something that I personally have wrestled with. Corporate decisions around the table are much easier than some of the decisions that need to be taken here. My closing statement or my closing thought is, let's do better next term. I think everybody around this table had started with their personal right intentions. I don't know that the results necessarily are what everybody wished for, but it's never perfect. But let's attempt to be better. We have another chance moving forward on this. As a grandfather, as a father, and as a longtime member of this community, the HCDSB community, I'm heavily invested in what happens in this board, whether I sit at this table or not. And for me, it's just, I'm not sitting at, I didn't run this year for personal reasons, but for me, it's not sitting at this chair necessarily what needs to be done to make a difference, a positive difference for the generation that comes up. So good luck. Thank you to my fellow trustees, and on and on.
Thank you, Trustee Rosa. Trustee O'Hearn-Chinada, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you to Mr. Chair, to really everyone in the room and everyone listening. I have to be honest today, I was feeling a little melancholy, so I listened to the last meeting back in 2018, where I and some of the other people around this table were sitting in the chairs right there, watching the board, their last meeting. And it gave me a sense of melancholy, but it also gave me a sense of what a term we all went into. I don't think anyone that ran for trustee last year would have any idea what we were going to face from 2018 until currently. So I don't have a long speech. Welcome to the new trustees. I think that, you know, through the last 4 years, you learn how to be a trustee, and hopefully you become better at it. So I'm looking forward to the privilege I've been granted to run it and to perform as a trustee for the next term. So I just want to leave you with a poem, really. When my son was very young and was going to St. Bridget, there was a very intelligent principal there. So Billy would maybe not make the best decisions from time to time. And the principal would continue to tell me, love and patience, Janet, love and patience. So I'd like to leave everyone tonight, and I thank everyone around the table. And yes, we've had some good times, we've had some bad times, but I want to leave everybody with this thought. Love is patience, patience in the face of words, words harshly spoken without a thought, words cruelly spoken but with no ill will. Patience will bring healing, patience will bring understanding. Love is patience, patience when you are irritated, when those you love don't understand you. Time will reveal your way to them. Patience brings rainbows out of thunderclouds. It will bring achievements out of efforts, if only you have the patience to wait long enough. Thank you for your time. Good luck. I look forward to working with the new trustees. Thank you to my fellow trustees. I'll miss you. And thank you to the staff and the students. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee O'Hearn-Chinada. Trustee Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank, first of all, I'd like to thank Rosie. Rosie, if this was the land of Oz, Rosie is the one behind the curtain pulling all the levers and strings. Without her, we're in rough shape. So thank you, Rosie. You are professional, you're gracious, wonderful, wonderful person. Andrea in communications, the whole communications team, Juliana, Amanda, and Rob, so creative. All the superintendents who we engage with and we get to work with often. So Superintendent Lofts and in Milton, Superintendent Merrick is critical. I don't want to leave out anybody, but it really leaves me with a warm feeling that the board is in good hands. This is a big machine. I remember, it's a great point that Trustee Trinona made. I remember that meeting 4 years ago. My understanding of the role of trustee from that day to this day is completely different, and you have to be in it to understand it. And 4 years from now, you'll probably make the same statement. There was this wonderful trustee who made the statement 4 years ago. Just kidding. So it's the business of the board is demanding and it takes precedence. And at the end of the day, we're here for students. We're here to serve our students. And if we look at it in that context, that if our focus is always on the students, and I would encourage trustees to get into the schools, engage, understand, it really informs your decision. When we're stuck in this, I was going to say chamber of horror, we're stuck in this room, we lose sight of the faces, and our student trustees bring us that voice, but it's important to engage and get in the schools and understand the reality of what we're dealing with. History is going to judge us. So we did our best. We put it forward. It's everything's recorded on YouTube, so history will judge our legacy. You will have critics, and you will have many critics, and there's more critics than fans, and that's just the reality of this position. The nice thing about history is history forgets about the critics. You don't go walk through the park and see a statue of a critic, right? You have to be brave, you have to be bold, you have to make really hard decisions that 4 years ago I would have made a different decision than I would today, based on the experience and the growth I've been able to have working with our staff and our personal development. So, be brave, make those decisions, allow yourself, as Trustee O'Brien said, to really grow in the position. I'm always available to help if you need me. Most people tend not to want my help, but if you need me, I'm here. So, Parliamentary Kapoor, thank you. You've been a fantastic resource. Chair Duarte, I think you did a great job this year. Thank you very much. It's a very, very difficult job to be chair. And Parliamentary Kapoor remind me of one of my favorite sayings: a society grows great when old people plant trees in whose shade they will never sit. That's what our job is. Our job is to plant those trees so others will benefit. You're not going to get any glory. It's hard work. It's long hours, but the reward is knowing that you planted that tree and somebody's going to benefit. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure. Please delete my phone number from your phones. I'm just kidding. I'm always here for if you need me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. We have 3 minutes more. We do not have any hands up, so I'll just say a few words. First of all, I just want to thank my family for giving me the opportunity to do this work that I've done, and another 4 years extension to that. And thank my ratepayers in Milton for trusting me in the first 4 years and giving me another 4 years to carry out the work which I started. I enjoy doing the work. And I enjoy going to schools. I had an opportunity to visit almost all the schools in Milton, in the region. And I want to thank our staff. When you go into the schools, as Trustee Murphy said, you see the work done by our staff. And some of the work is challenging. A lot of the work is challenging. And that's something which we need to see. And I'm really thankful for them doing the work that they do. Keep up the good work, I would say to them. And finally, thanks to all my colleagues around the table. You have made me a better person, challenged me, and thrown things at me. I made mistakes very often, and I'm sorry for those mistakes, but we all learn together. That's how we move forward. So, I'm just thankful that I got the opportunity to be here and enjoy with you for the past 4 years. I look forward to the next 4 years, and thank you so much. And those who are moving on, all the best to you. And with that, we shall continue with the motion to adjourn. So may I have a motion to adjourn? O'Brien. Moved by Trustee O'Brien. For a seconder.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor? Second by Trustee DeRosa. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Trustee DeRosa, could you lead us in the closing prayer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep it simple with our Father, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those trespasses against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Right all.